আমি শুভেন্দু অধিকারী ঈশ্বরের নামে শপথ করিতেছি যে বিধি দ্বারা স্থাপিত ভারতের সংবিধানের প্রতি আমি অকৃত্রিম নিষ্ঠা ও আনুগত্য পোষণ করিব। আমি ভারতের সার্বভৌমত্ব ও অখণ্ডতা রক্ষা করিব। পশ্চিমবঙ্গ রাজ্যের মুখ্যমন্ত্রী রূপে আমার কর্তব্যসমূহ নিষ্ঠাপূর্বক এবং বিবেকসম্মতভাবে নির্বাহ করিব এবং ভয় বা পক্ষপাত, প্রীতি বা বিদ্বেষ রহিত হইয়া সকল শ্রেণীর জনগণের প্রতি সংবিধান ও বিধি অনুসারে ন্যায় আচরণ করিব। আমি শুভেন্দু অধিকারী ঈশ্বরের নামে শপথ করিতেছি যে পশ্চিমবঙ্গ রাজ্যের মুখ্যমন্ত্রী রূপে যে কোনো বিষয় যাহা আমার বিবেচনার জন্য আনিত হইবে বা আমি জ্ঞাত হইব, তাহা মুখ্যমন্ত্রী রূপে আমার কর্তব্যসমূহের যথাযথ নির্বাহের জন্য যেরূপ আবশ্যক হইতে পারে তদ্গতিকে আমি প্রত্যক্ষ বা পরোক্ষভাবে কোনো ব্যক্তি বা ব্যক্তিগণের নিকট জ্ঞাপন করিব না বা প্রকাশ করিব না।
With your permission, sir, I now read out the order of appointment.
All right, so Suvendu Adhikari, the MLA from Nandigram and Bhawanipur, has now taken oath as the Chief Minister of West Bengal. Another interesting question will be, which seat does he retain?
164(1) of the Constitution of India. I, Shri R.N. Ravi, Governor of West Bengal, on the advice of Shri Suvendu Adhikari, Chief Minister of West Bengal, hereby appoint the following persons in the Council of Ministers for the state of West Bengal: Shri Dilip Ghosh, Shrimati Agnimatra Paul, Shri Ashok Kirtinia, Shri Khudiram Tudu, and Shri Nishit Pramanik. May I now request Shri Dilip Ghosh, Honorable Minister Designate, to write and take oaths before the Honorable Governor.
আমি ঈশ্বরের নামে শপথ করিতেছি যে বিধি দ্বারা স্থাপিত ভারতের সংবিধানের প্রতি আমি অকৃত্রিম নিষ্ঠা ও আনুগত্য পোষণ করিব। আমি ভারতের সার্বভৌমত্ব ও অখণ্ডতা রক্ষা করিব। পশ্চিমবঙ্গ রাজ্যের মন্ত্রী রূপে আমার কর্তব্যসমূহ নিষ্ঠাপূর্বক এবং বিবেকসম্মতভাবে নির্বাহ করিব এবং ভয় বা পক্ষপাত প্রীতি বা বিদ্বেষ রহিত হইয়া সকল শ্রেণীর জনগণের প্রতি সংবিধান ও বিধি অনুসারে ন্যায়াচরণ করিব। আমি শ্রী দিলীপ কুমার ঘোষ ঈশ্বরের নামে শপথ করিতেছি যে পশ্চিমবঙ্গ রাজ্যের মন্ত্রীরূপে যে কোনো বিষয় যাহা আমার বিবেচনার জন্য আনিত হইবে বা আমি জ্ঞাত হইব, তাহা ওই মন্ত্রীরূপে আমার কর্তব্যসমূহের যথাযথ নির্বাহের জন্য যেরূপ আবশ্যক হইতে পারে তদ্ব্যতিরেকে আমি প্রত্যক্ষ বা পরোক্ষভাবে কোনো ব্যক্তি বা ব্যক্তিগণের নিকট জ্ঞাপন করিব না বা প্রকাশ করিব না।
बोल दें मुझसे। Announce second. May I now request Shrimati Agnimitra Paul, Honorable Minister Designate, to rise and take oath before the Honorable Governor.
One by one. This is first, this is second.
আমি শ্রীমতী অগ্নিমিত্রা পাল ঈশ্বরের নামে শপথ করিতেছি যে পশ্চিমবঙ্গ রাজ্যের মন্ত্রীরূপে যে কোনো বিষয় যাহা আমার বিবেচনার জন্য আনিত হইবে বা আমি জ্ঞাত হইব, তাহা ওই মন্ত্রীরূপে আমার কর্তব্যসমূহের যথাযথ নির্বাহের জন্য যেরূপ আবশ্যক হইতে পারে তদ্ব্যতিরেকে আমি প্রত্যক্ষ বা পরোক্ষভাবে কোনো ব্যক্তি বা ব্যক্তিগণের নিকট জ্ঞাপন করিব না বা প্রকাশ করিব না। আমি শ্রীমতী অগ্নিমিত্রা পাল ঈশ্বরের নামে শপথ করিতেছি যে বিধি দ্বারা স্থাপিত ভারতের সংবিধানের প্রতি আমি অকৃত্রিম নিষ্ঠা ও আনুগত্য পোষণ করিব। আমি ভারতের সার্বভৌমত্ব ও অখণ্ডতা রক্ষা করিব। পশ্চিমবঙ্গ রাজ্যের মন্ত্রীরূপে আমার কর্তব্যসমূহ নিষ্ঠাপূর্বক এবং বিবেকসম্মতভাবে নির্বাহ করিব এবং ভয় বা পক্ষপাত প্রীতি বা বিদ্বেষ রহিত হইয়া সকল শ্রেণীর জনগণের প্রতি সংবিধান ও বিধি অনুসারে ন্যায়াচরণ করিব।
May I now request Shri Ashok Kirtania, Honorable Minister Designate, to rise and take oath before the Honorable Governor.
আমি অশোক কীর্তনিয়া ঈশ্বরের নামে শপথ করিতেছি যে বিধি দ্বারা স্থাপিত ভারতের সংবিধানের প্রতি আমি অকৃত্রিম নিষ্ঠা ও আনুগত্য পোষণ করিব। আমি ভারতের সার্বভৌমত্ব ও অখণ্ডতা রক্ষা করিব। পশ্চিমবঙ্গ রাজ্যের মন্ত্রীরূপে আমার কর্তব্যসমূহ নিষ্ঠাপূর্বক এবং বিবেকসম্মতভাবে নির্বাহ করিব এবং ভয় বা পক্ষপাত প্রীতি বা বিদ্বেষ রহিত হইয়া সকল শ্রেণীর জনগণের প্রতি সংবিধান ও বিধি অনুসারে ন্যায়চারণ করিব। আমি অশোক কীর্তনিয়া ঈশ্বরের নামে শপথ করিতেছি যে পশ্চিমবঙ্গ রাজ্যের মন্ত্রীরূপে যে কোনো বিষয় যাহা আমার বিবেচনার জন্য আনিত হইবে বা আমি জ্ঞাত হইব, তাহা ওই মন্ত্রীরূপে আমার কর্তব্যসমূহের যথাযথ নির্বাহের জন্য যেরূপ আবশ্যক হইতে পারে তদ্ব্যতিরেকে আমি প্রত্যক্ষ বা পরোক্ষভাবে কোনো ব্যক্তি বা ব্যক্তিগণের নিকট জ্ঞাপন করিব না বা প্রকাশ করিব না।
May I now request Shri Khudiram Tudu, Honorable Minister Designate, to rise and take oath before the Honorable Governor.
ᱤᱧ ᱪᱟᱸᱫᱳ ᱵᱚᱸᱜᱟ ᱧᱩᱛᱩᱢ ᱛᱮ ᱠᱤᱨᱤᱭᱟᱹᱧ ᱦᱟᱛᱟᱣᱤᱫᱟᱹᱧ ᱥᱚᱲᱟ ᱠᱷᱩᱞᱟᱹᱥᱟ ᱢᱚᱱᱮᱛᱮ ᱠᱤᱨᱤᱭᱟᱹᱧ ᱦᱟᱛᱟᱣᱮᱫᱟ ᱚᱱᱟ ᱞᱮᱠᱟᱛᱮ ᱛᱚᱞ ᱟᱠᱟᱱ ᱵᱷᱟᱨᱚᱛ ᱫᱤᱥᱚᱢ ᱨᱮᱱᱟᱜ ᱥᱚᱝᱵᱤᱫᱷᱟᱱ ᱪᱮᱛᱟᱱ ᱡᱤᱣᱤ ᱜᱟᱹᱦᱤᱨ ᱢᱟᱹᱱ ᱟᱨ ᱢᱟᱱᱚᱛ ᱤᱧ ᱫᱚᱦᱚᱭᱟ। ᱤᱧ ᱫᱚ ᱵᱷᱟᱨᱚᱛ ᱨᱮᱱᱟᱜ ᱥᱟᱢᱟᱱᱤ ᱟᱨ ᱡᱩᱢᱤᱫ ᱨᱩᱠᱷᱤᱭᱟᱹ ᱫᱚᱦᱚ ᱠᱟᱛᱮᱧ ᱪᱟᱞᱟᱜᱼᱟ। ᱯᱚᱥᱪᱤᱢ ᱵᱟᱝᱞᱟ ᱯᱚᱱᱚᱛ ᱨᱮᱱᱟᱜ ᱢᱤᱫ ᱢᱚᱱᱛᱨᱤ ᱞᱮᱠᱟᱛᱮ inya angibharia ko man ar nichora moneting kami purawa ar botor se begor torof sine dulad se hala hata bang mone kater ne hor chitan noa সংবিধান আর আরিকো মানাও বাতাও কাতের সমজস তিন কামিয়া ᱤᱧ ᱪᱟᱸᱫᱳ ᱵᱚᱸᱜᱟ ᱧᱩᱛᱩᱢ ᱛᱮ ᱠᱤᱨᱤᱭᱟᱹᱧ ᱦᱟᱛᱟᱣ ᱤᱫᱟᱹᱧ ᱥᱚᱲᱟ ᱠᱷᱩᱞᱟᱹᱥᱟ ᱢᱚᱱᱮᱛᱮ ᱠᱤᱨᱤᱭᱟᱹᱧ ᱦᱟᱛᱟᱣ ᱤᱫᱟᱹᱧ ᱟᱹᱱ ᱞᱮᱠᱟᱛᱮ ᱛᱚᱞ ᱟᱠᱟᱱ ᱵᱷᱟᱨᱚᱛ ᱫᱤᱥᱚᱢ ᱨᱮᱱᱟᱜ সংবিধান চেতান জিবি গাহির মান আর মানত ইᱧ দহয়া ইᱧ ᱫᱚ ᱵᱷᱟᱨᱚᱛ ᱨᱮᱱᱟᱜ সামানি আর জুমিত রুখিয়ে দহ কাতিᱧ চালাᱜᱼᱟ পশ্চিম বাংলা পনᱚᱛ ᱨᱮᱱᱟᱜ ᱢᱤᱫ ᱢᱚᱱᱛᱨᱤ ᱞᱮᱠᱟᱛᱮ ᱤᱧᱟᱹᱜ ᱟᱸᱜᱤᱵᱷᱟᱨ ᱠᱚ ᱢᱟᱹᱱ ᱟᱨ ᱱᱤᱪᱷᱚᱨᱟ ᱢᱚᱱᱮ ᱛᱤᱧ ᱠᱟᱹᱢᱤ ᱯᱩᱨᱟᱹᱣᱟ আর বতর সে বেগর তরফ সনি দুলাড় সে হালা হাতাও বাং মনে কাতের নে হড় চিতান নোয়া সংবিধান আর আরিকো মানা বাতাও কাতে সমাজ সে তিন কামিয়া জোহার
May I now request Shri Nishit Pramanik, Honorable Minister Designate, to rise and take oath before the Honorable Governor.
আমি নিশীথ প্রামাণিক ঈশ্বরের নামে শপথ করিতেছি যে বিধি দ্বারা স্থাপিত ভারতের সংবিধানের প্রতি আমি অকৃত্রিম নিষ্ঠা ও আনুগত্য পোষণ করিব। আমি ভারতের সার্বভৌমত্ব ও অখণ্ডতা রক্ষা করিব। পশ্চিমবঙ্গ রাজ্যের মন্ত্রীরূপে আমার কর্তব্যসমূহ নিষ্ঠাপূর্বক এবং বিবেকসম্মতভাবে নির্বাহ করিব এবং ভয় বা পক্ষপাত প্রীতি বা বিদ্বেষ রহিত হইয়া সকল শ্রেণীর জনগণের প্রতি সংবিধান ও বিধি অনুসারে ন্যায়াচরণ করিব। আমি নিশীথ প্রামাণিক ঈশ্বরের নামে শপথ করিতেছি যে পশ্চিমবঙ্গ রাজ্যের মন্ত্রীরূপে যে কোনো বিষয় যাহা আমার বিবেচনার জন্য আনিত হইবে বা আমি জ্ঞাত হইব তাহা ওই মন্ত্রীরূপে আমার কর্তব্যসমূহের যথাযথ নির্বাহের জন্য যেরূপ আবশ্যক হইতে পারে তদ্ব্যতিরিকে আমি প্রত্যক্ষ বা পরোক্ষভাবে কোনো ব্যক্তি বা ব্যক্তিগণের নিকট জ্ঞাপন করিব না বা প্রকাশ করিব না।
So you've got the first set of ministers who have taken oath right now. Suvendu Adhikari, followed by some very interesting names, Dilip Ghosh, Agnimitra Paul, Khudiram Tudu, and Nishit Pramanik, along with Ashok Kirtania. Now, why this is interesting is because the order in which this oath taking has happened seems to suggest, and let me bring in Jayanta Ghoshal and Nilanjan Mukhopadhyay, Mahua Chatterjee on this as well. Jayanta Ghoshal, do you think that Dilip Ghosh, Agnimitra Paul, both of them, considering that first it was Suvendu Adhikari and then these two that took oath, that both these could be the new deputy CMs?
The proceedings may now be
Yeah, I think so. And Dilip Ghosh, virtually designated number 2, because constitutionally that is the protocol. And Dilip Ghosh is senior also. So they have shown the respect to Dilip Ghosh. I think in this election, the major development is Dilip Ghosh and Suvendu Bonhami. In the last election, I don't want to repeat, everybody knows that Dilip Ghosh was out of Midnapur. He is also from Midnapur, the same district of Suvendu, and he was also defeated. Agnimitra got the Kharagpur seat, which actually Dilip Ghosh seat. So there was a lot of acrimony and bad weather. But this time, Amit Shah ji took initiative. He called Dilip Da and said that you have to be walk. And Dilip Ghosh went to Suvendu Adhikari's nomination, and Suvendu Adhikari went to Dilip Ghosh's nomination. So this is a very interesting time. And I think this time Dilip Ghosh also will be a very important minister. And yesterday also, Dilip Ghosh, Amit Shah ji talked to Dilip Ghosh and convinced him to what will be his designated role. So I think it's this time they are more, BJP is more calculative. And Padmaja, this announcement, I was amazed that all the representation, Rajbangshi, this Ashok Kirtania is Motua, Banda, Cyril Caste, and this Nishit is Rajbangshi, Koch Bihar, and Tudu, he is Santal, he also made that
Ashok Tudu.
To Ashok Tudu in his Santal language also. So the first lot, it's a completely, all the communities and all the, this is a very, it cannot be just extempore yesterday's decision. I think there was a homework from Amit Shah ji's team.
Khudiram Tudu. I apologize. Khudiram Tudu comes from a tribal reserved constituency of Rani Band. So you've got a Matwa, a Rajbanshi, a tribal, an OBC in the form of Dilip Ghosh, and then you've got, of course, Agnimitra Paul, and you've got Suvendu Adhikari. Very interesting mix that you've got there. Not just of somebody, because remember what was being said about Suvendu Adhikari, that he has come from the Trinamool Congress, and within a matter of 6 years, he has been made the chief minister. Remember, it was in 2020 that he switched over, fought in 2021, and then has fought on the ground, building it from the booth up. But within 6 years, he's been rewarded like this. Dilip Ghosh, on the other hand, old RSS hand, somebody again who has been very, very involved with the grassroots workers of the RSS, originally from the RSS, then loaned to the BJP, became a part of the BJP. So you've got these two faces, BJP, RSS, and then a modern woman face in the form of Agnimitra Paul. You've got somebody who was a fashion designer, somebody who's urbane, convent educated, as Kolkata Bhadralok as it gets, fought from Asansol South twice, has shown her electoral mettle, has won there, and now, in all likelihood, these are going to be the CM and the 2 deputy CMs, and representation of the various communities, like we just heard, has been done in a well thought out manner, where from the north, you have got Nishit Pramanik from Mathabanga, then you have got Khudiram Tudu from Raniganj, a tribal reserved seat. On the other hand, you've got Ashok Kirtania from, an SC seat. So all of these people, what will be interesting though, since Jayantoda also mentioned, you have a very interesting tribal binary of the Kudmis and the Santals. The Santals, or so the Kudmis believe, get the lion's share. So will there be a representative, a Mahato, who was fielded? 2 Mahatos were given kit this time around from the Jungle Mahal area. Will one of them also find a place to just ensure that that balance takes place between those who already find representation, the Santhal community and the Kudbi community. All of that is also going to be very critical to watch. So this balancing act in everything that you see being done today is really going to be key. And then, of course, comes the most important thrust of all, the people who are going to do business. It's not just about the representation of region, caste, community, etc. It is also about people who are going to go out there, get business. We already spoke earlier about how the Niti Aayog has already been tasked with evolving a roadmap to ensure that West Bengal gets its work going on 4-5 important points. You know, the fish economy, what to do with its sports, mining, all of that is now going to be thought over, and a blueprint has been, or rather the task to evolve a blueprint has already been given to the Niti Aayog over the next few days. Mahua Chatterjee, what do you make of this mix that we see so far?
Interesting, and it's a good thing to see, you know, since, see, one thing the BJP doesn't have to choose from is experience, because they are a first-time government there, and these are people mostly, I mean, Nishit Pramanik has been a MP, of course, and so has Dilip Ghosh, and Agnimitra Paul has also been part of the BJP brigade in Bengal for a while. But they have they've never had a government there. Therefore, they didn't have to choose from much of experience. So since they had that advantage in a way, the first choices that they made were according to the regions and the communities. So they ensured that there are no wrong notes coming out, and therefore they have used people. I mean, there's one from the Santhal community, one from the Rajbanshi community, one from the Motua community. So, I mean, they've been nicely taken care of, and that really proves one very important point, which is the the integration that the BJP government is looking at, the Suvendu Adhikari government is looking at, to begin with in their debut in Bengal. So that part is interesting. But again, like I said, none of them are experienced people. So as ministers, I mean, as faces, they definitely are part of the very vibrant part of the rainbow. But one will have to see in terms of performance. But it's possible that they are not yesterday's politicians, so they might just fit in very well too. So that would make it even better. But as far as optics are concerned, they look very good.
The oath-taking ceremony has gotten over, and today you had only the CM and 5 ministers taking oath, which means that we are likely to see a cabinet expansion happening at a later date. I think more thought is going to be given to that process. Dilip Ghosh, Agnimitra Paul, Ashok Kirtania, Shudiram Tudu, Nishit Pramanik, these are the only 5 leaders along with Suvendu Adhikari who have taken oath today. Because we've got 294 seats and 10% is the total cabinet strength, you are likely to see about 29 maximum ministers. Today only 5 have taken oath. I want to also tell you, by the way, a lot of action seems to have shifted to a place that was popularized by the Prime Minister. A lot of bhel puri happening over here, a lot of jhal mudi happening over here. You see this gentleman right here. भैया, पूरी दुनिया में अब लोग झालमुड़ी की बात करते हैं. आज तो आपका अच्छा बिजनेस हो रहा है.
हाँ, अच्छा.
सही बिजनेस चल रहा है.
हाँ, बहुत अच्छा.
कहाँ से हो?
अरे बिहार से.
बिहार में किधर?
गया जिला.
वोट किधर पड़ता है, यहाँ या गया?
क्या जी?
वोट इधर पड़ता है, गया में पड़ता है?
हाँ, बिहार में
पड़ता है. अच्छा, ये मोदी जी के झाल मुड़ी खाने के बाद कुछ असर पड़ा है आपकी जिंदगी में?
जी बहुत पड़ा है, मतलब ज़्यादा बिक्री सेल है. ये तो देखिए, ये सामने देखिए, पूरा भरा था, ये पूरा खाली हो गया अभी जस्ट 5 मिनट के अंदर में.
लोग यहाँ झाल मुड़ी खा के रील बनाने के लिए आते हैं इंस्टाग्राम.
अधिकतर बहुत सारे
बंगाली लोग का
All right, that's the latest that we are picking up here on NDTV, a historic...
बोलने लग गए
हिंदू सॉरी हम हिंदू है हिंदू वोट से जीते हैं हम लोग सनातनी हिंदू हैं इसलिए हमारे सनातन धर्म का जीत हुआ है ये सनातन धर्म की जीत है
So everything is in the mix over here, from Jhalmudi to the win of Sanatan. Interesting that after that one video by the Prime Minister, immediately Jhalmudi has been branded as the food of West Bengal. लोग तो कहते थे माछ भात है यहाँ का खाना, आपने झालमुड़ी को बना दिया यहाँ का।
देखिए झालमुड़ी भी उतना ही पुराना है जितना माछ भात है। बंगाली बिना झालमुड़ी के रह नहीं सकता।
अच्छा।
मुड़ी हम लोग का मेन है, चावल मेन है। चावल में मुड़ी हो चाहे उष्णो भात हो।
माछ भात ज्यादा अच्छा, झालमुड़ी ज्यादा अच्छा। दोनों अच्छा। ये देखो ये आदमी खट से जो है मोदी जी का कटआउट भी लेके आ गया। आगे आ जाओ। अरे चुप हो जाओ भाई, चुप। कहाँ से आए हो?
साउथ दिनाजपुर से आया हूँ। बालूघाट मेरा सांसद है सुगंधा मजुमदार से मैं ये कहना चाहता हूँ।
यहाँ पे क्यों आए?
मैं
शपथ ग्रहण हम लोगों ने देखने इस बार बढ़ के लोगों ने पूर्ण बहुमत के साथ सरकार।
ये बताओ आप, चलो सब लोग यहाँ भाजपा के। चलिए महिलाओं से बात करते हैं। इट्स ऑलवेज गुड टू स्पीक टू द विमेन। आंटी किधर से आई है? मंजू देवी नाम है।
हाँ मंजू देवी।
कहाँ से आई है मंजू?
आए जा किसनो पाल पद्दू पोखर से
सब लोग बोलने दीजिए ना, बीच में अंकल को बोलने दीजिए। अंकल आप आइए आगे, अंकल और महिलाओं को बोलने दीजिए।
बंगाल आजाद हुआ है मैडम, इसलिए आज हम लोग यहाँ पे आए हैं, आजादी मनाने आए। जय श्री राम।
कहाँ से आए? कहाँ से?
कलकत्ता से ही हैं। टीएमसी की सरकार के अंदर में तकलीफ पा रहे थे, आज बीजेपी।
ये आंटी किधर से आई?
आज आजादी हुआ।
हम लोग सुवेंदु बाबू को इतना ही कहना है कि टीएमसी नहीं करना है कभी, कांग्रेस नहीं कभी करना है और सीपीएम नहीं करना है। भारत को, बंगाल को आजाद बनाना है। जय श्री राम।
चलिए ये very helpful because everyone, all the कार्यकर्तास have been given a name tag. शपथ समारोह देख के
जी नहीं, अभी जा रहे हैं।
शपथ समारोह खत्म हो गया।
ठीक है, कोई बात नहीं है। भूमि पर पहुंचना हम लोग का जरूरत है। मोदी जी को रोज देख रहे हैं, जो दिल में रखा है वो दिल में ही मोदी जी है। हम लोग का बंगाल में मोदी जी है।
शुभेंदु अधिकारी के बारे में क्या सोच?
फॉर वुमेन, और जो बदलाव चाहिए फर्स्ट तो शिक्षा में बदलाव चाहिए, क्योंकि मैं एक टीचर हूँ। मैं देख रही हूँ कि यहाँ की जो शिक्षा व्यवस्था है वो एकदम डंप हो गई है। तो मैं तो चाहूँगी कि आने वाली सरकार सबसे पहले शिक्षा की व्यवस्था अच्छा करे, ताकि सभी शिक्षित हो, सभी अच्छा बुरा समझ सके।
आपको क्या चाहिए?
हम लोग को चाहिए कि हमारे जितने यूपी, बिहार, बंगाल का जितने हिंदू भाई हैं, सब आजादी से जिंदा रहे। यहाँ पर हम लोग बहुत दब कर यहाँ पर थे। ममता बनर्जी का राज में हम लोग कहीं पर भी सुरक्षा नहीं थे। हम लोग को अब सुरक्षा चाहिए।
So you will hear, you know what I have to say, that there is a good mix that you find of people who are coming from all classes, all strata of society, a healthy mix of men and women, a lady who's a teacher there. And I have to say this, you know, while there were a lot of other issues that got precedence in the last few months in the course of the election campaign, one thing that a lot of people spoke of again and again was the job scam. The fact that you had teachers' recruitment which was cancelled. There were several people who found themselves completely at sea because when the court intervened, those appointments were cancelled. Every household, every second household had such a story to share of somebody in their family who had suffered because of some multiple scams that came to light. And now there is a burden of expectation without a doubt. The cutouts have also been brought out. बहुत ज़्यादा expectation है। कितना टाइम लगाएंगे? एक साल के अंदर सब ठीक हो जाएगा?
धीरे धीरे चाहिए, कोई चिंता नहीं, आराम से कीजिए, आराम से कीजिए। हम लोग 5 साल तक तैयार हैं।
Okay, let me go across to Shreyasi because I believe the sea of humanity is right there behind Shreyasi. I don't even know if you can hear me, Shreyasi, above the entire din. Over to you. What are you seeing?
Padmaja, I have covered several political campaigns of various political parties, be it the CPIM, Trinamool Congress, the BJP, the Prime Minister's Brigade Rally. But the kind of, spectators today, it's unreal. The entire city's roads lead up to the Brigade Parade ground. And we are going to speak to some of the karyakartas of the BJP who have come here. कब से BJP कर रहे हैं आप?
हम तो 2005 से कर रहे हैं बीजेपी ऑलरेडी में, दिल से वोट कर रहे हैं बीजेपी को। बीजेपी में जन्मे हैं, बीजेपी में
कितना मुश्किल था ये लड़ाई?
बहुत ही ज़्यादा मुश्किल था, बहुत ही ज़्यादा मुश्किल था। हम लोग आज राष्ट्र में पहली बार जो कोलकाता में सेंट्रल आया है, आज तक इतिहास में कभी सेंट्रल यहाँ पे नहीं आया है, और पश्चिम बंगाल के इतिहास में फर्स्ट टाइम सेंट्रल यहाँ पे आया है। ये सेंट्रल यहाँ से टिका हुआ है।
डबल इंजन का सरकार की खुशी,
डबल इंजन सरकार, सेंट्रल सरकार यहाँ पे आके राज कर रही है, सबसे ज्यादा खुशी का महत्व है।
कुछ महिलाओं कब से आप बीजेपी कर रहे हो? हाँ। और पास में आइए, डरिए मत। और बताइए, अभी शुभेंदु अधिकारी बन गया है बीजेपी का मुख्यमंत्री, क्या I will try and go back to Shreyasi again because, given the number of VVIPs, everyone with their security detail who is present at that spot, and the sheer number of people, take a look at those images. Close to 1 lakh people expected. Did you see the people who were passing by? They still think that they are going to make it in time for the oath ceremony, which is already over. The whole Maidan is packed, and yet you've got the roads lined with people walking along with their banners aloft, with their flags aloft, chanting Jai Shri Ram, still trying to get into Brigade Parade ground. Let me see if I can again try and go back to Shreyasi and if she can hear me. Yes, Shreyasi, over to you. Well, Padmaja, look at the Council of Ministers also that have been picked for now, the 5 ministers who have taken oath, all old guards, they have been MLAs before, and to have Dilip Ghosh as part of one of the ministers sacrifice their life to ensure the BJP comes. All right, still not able to get through to Shreyasi. We'll try and fix that in just a second. But just for the benefit of our viewers who are just joining us right now, let's tell you about the 5 big names in addition to Suvendu Adhikari who have taken oath today. You have Dilip Ghosh and Agnimitra Paul. In order of precedence, you have, after the CM, both of them taking oath. So one assumes that they could get the Chief Minister's post. Then you have Ashok Kirtania. He comes from Bangaon Uttar in North 24 Parganas. Now, what is the importance of North 24 Parganas? This, along with South 24 Parganas, Kolkata and Nadia, were the areas where, if you remember that oft-repeated figure, out of 111 seats, the Trinamool Congress had managed to get about 95 to 98 in 2021. This time that picture has changed, and it's changed largely to 2-3 places. It has changed thanks to Howrah. I forgot to mention that. Howrah also included in that presidency area. Howrah, North 24 Parganas, Nadia and Kolkata. South 24, the BJP did not make as many inroads, but in these 4 areas, and specifically in Howrah and in North 24, the BJP has made leads. Why is this important? Because this is the place where you have one of your MPs also coming, one of the BJP's MPs, Santanu Thakur. It's a Matua belt. Matuas are decisive in at least 10 to 12 seats in North 24 Parganas, and they have been handsomely rewarded in this particular region. So one person represented there in the form of Ashok Kirtania. Then you have a Santhal voice. You have got Shudiram Tudu also, who is a tribal leader from the Bankura district. He represents Rani Band, a tribal-dominated constituency in Jangal Mahal, and the tribal outreach of the BJP has been massive, with the result that you've got returns coming in the Jangal Mahal area, which is the western side, and the north side, entire, the northern hills area of your Siliguri, Darjeeling, Cooch Behar, and all of those areas, and from where you've also got, by the way, Nishit Pramanik. We also have a few more guests joining us. If the producer can slowly tell me again who the new guest joining us right now is. Ritik Mandal is joining us right now. Ritik, over to you. Where are you and what's happening?
Well, I'm waiting for the new Chief Minister to arrive at the new Sachivalaya, which is Mahakaran, the Writers' Building, the iconic Writers' Building, where I would like to take you through. The preparations are underway. As you can see, that this particular Writers' Building, where the BJP Chief Minister or the BJP party has decided that now the Bengal would be governed, would be administrated from this headquarters. Let me, as you can, as we are bringing this visual, that you can see the PWD staffs, they are busy to finish the, the final touch, to give the final touch to this particular building. What we are given to understand, on the third floor of this particular iconic historic building, which is a part of Kolkata's heritage, and there is a, very hurriedly a makeshift room for Suvendu Adhikari has been set up over there, and he is going to come over here after taking oath, and it is also expected that he would go to the assembly and chair a cabinet meeting, because we know that but it's a dramatic and interesting history behind this particular building. Let me take you through also, because remember earlier also during the left regime, be it the Buddhadev Bhattacharya or the Dadan Chief Minister Jyoti Basu, both the Chief Minister governed Bengal from this particular iconic building. Even during Congress era, Bidhan Chandra Roy, Dr. Bidhan Chandra Roy happens to be one of the finest Chief Minister of Bengal. He also ruled Bengal from this particular building. And once Mamata Banerjee came into power in 2011, she, for a brief period time, till September 2013, she governed the entire administration from this particular building. Then it was shifted to other side of the river Hooghly, which has located in Nabanno, which is the current secretariat of the state. Now, BJP, as it has promised, that they want to bring back the Rit Gaurav or the color back to Bengal, which is why they have decided now the new secretariat would be shifted to this particular building. But I also went upstairs to to take a look what is the current situation. For past few years, it was under constructions. The renovation works were underway. So hurriedly they somehow set up a single room for Suvendu Adhikari. So we are also learning from the sources that it would take at least 3 months to reshape the entire this heritage structure, but it's part of Kolkata's culture. If you think about the poster pictures of the Kolkata city, definitely this writers' building would be one of it. So that's a very wonderful decision. It is what we are expecting, that Suvendu Adhikari, after taking swearing in as the chief guest, Prime Minister Narendra Modi and other, leave the city, he will head to this particular area, and it is expected that he will also chair a cabinet meeting. As he was taking us through that, what are the other chief minister who take oath today at the iconic Brigade Parade Ground? Yes, definitely Dilip Ghosh's contribution to this magnificent victory of Bharatiya Janata Party cannot be looked away, because remember in 2019 when BJP backed 18 seats in the Lok Sabha elections, and which, if we according to assembly wise, it was 121 seats that time BJP leading. So it was all credit goes to Dilip Ghosh. He built up this party in the land of Bengal, and then of course the contribution of the Dilip to propel Bharatiya Janata Party into power of Bengal was very, very significant, which is why he took oath as one of the ministers. He is also being told that one of the Ghosh Babus are going to be the deputy chief minister. The names were taking around that the Shankar Ghosh or over Dilip Ghosh. Now comes to Agnimitra Paul. She fought the entire battle as the opposition leader hand in hand.
I'll just come to the rest of the names back to you, Ritik, because when you spoke of Dilip Ghosh and his contribution, I think it's also important to mention another person, a person called Mohan Sarkar. And it's about recognizing all of the people, all of these leaders, these karyakartas who have created this edifice, who have built this edifice on their blood, sweat and tears, and literally some of them on their blood. Few of them, the 321 workers of the BJP, to whom there was a memorial today, a sort of a poster that was set up at the Brigade Parade Ground. The second is the likes of Dilip Ghosh, who, with their roots in the RSS, were loaned to the BJP, then worked in the organization, built it from the bottom up, and then somebody like a Mohan Sarkar. The Prime Minister acknowledged him today on stage when he was at the Brigade Parade Ground ahead of the swearing in. Now, who is this person? He's 98-year-old. He's a BJP veteran. He is regarded as one of the earliest grassroots faces of the BJP. And he started his political journey in 1952, accompanying Shyama Prasad Mukherjee to Kashmir. Subsequently, he worked in the North Bengal areas. He strengthened the BJP's roots in Darjeeling, in West Dinajpur, in Jalpaiguri, and this is where the BJP is today. And that, I think, was also important to recognize, and it's being done in the choice of Dilip Ghosh as well, along with the recognition of Mohan Sarkar, Nilanjan Mukhopadhyay.
You know, I have been looking at these names. There's something very significant which I wanted to just say. You know, the divided BJP, which actually costed very deeply in 2021. It is very clear that the BJP has decided that even after being elected and forming the government, that they are going to continue and present a united face. Dilip Ghosh's admission, you know, into the cabinet with most probably being made the Deputy Chief Minister, I think it's very significant because he is representing the RSS factor in the BJP government at the moment. You know, I was also looking at your colleague who gave the report from the Writers' Building. You know, I have also looked at the history of the Writers' Building, and for the first time I actually must confess, that I had never wondered all these decades that why is it called the Writers' Building, a building which was possibly built towards the end of the 18th century, the 1770s. The writers were actually the lowly clerks of the East India Company, which had just about started establishing its control and government for the trading, and it required a presence there for the trading center which was coming up in the Kolkata city at that particular time. That is how it started, and it was actually a very functional building. Over the centuries, over the years, it continued to be the government. After East India Company, it became the capital, the central secretariat of the British government till 1911, when India's capital was shifted by the British to Delhi. And after that, it remained under the state government of the British government in the colonial era. After that, the government of India, the state government functioned from there, continued through these years. There's a very significant development. Writers' Building used to be the normal destination of all processions, Michil, the protests, which is part of the culture, political culture of Bengal. In July 1993, Mamata Banerjee led a protest of the Youth Congress, and mind you, what was the demand? That photo identity card should be considered as essential for anybody to cast a vote. So the protest which actually gave Mamata Banerjee and all India and all Bengal presence.
I'll just pause you for a second, Nilanjan Mukhopadhyay. A very, very important image of the Prime Minister doing a Shashtang Pranam to the crowd there. He bows down and he prostrates himself on stage before the crowd, and this gesture is intended to send out the message of just how enormous this moment is. The fact that not just a mandate has been given to the BJP by this very crowd, this very group of people, actually not a nameless, faceless crowd, all of them, workers who have come from across the state. And it's not just to the voters, but I think to the workers in particular that this gesture is intended. To say that one recognizes what has gone into the making of this mandate, that if today the BJP is standing at a brute majority of a 207, it's because people have shouldered the kind of responsibility that they were given over decades. People like Makhanlal Sarkar, people who were unknown, people who toiled behind the scenes, people who are being shown on national media today simply because they were on stage with the Prime Minister. Who knew of him before this? People like Dilip Ghosh, who have worked at the grassroots at a time when many wondered. Remember, in the time between 2019 and 2026, there were deep, deep divisions with the BJP. It had got a resounding mandate in the Lok Sabha, where they had managed to get 18 seats, a huge shock. And then you had the result of 2024, where they came down to 12. There were a lot of differences. There were divides. Several people were suspended for indiscipline. By the way, among the MLAs who have been elected this time around, there were those also who got caught somewhere in that factionalism. They fell between two stools, faced disciplinary action, were suspended, were then given a ticket, and now today are in the BJP legislature party. What do you make of this? Quite a gesture. Quite a gesture there by the Prime Minister. What do you make of this, Jayantoda?
Yeah, I think it's a huge, a strong message. I mean, as you said, that the mandate and it's a respect to your Bengal, not only voters, the people of the Bengal, and this you have connected that Makhanlal Babu in 1951. I just will give you a small anecdote. I am tempted. I was going with Atal Bihari Vajpayee in the Kalka Mail to attend BJP National Executive. Jyoti Basu was Chief Minister. Atal Bihari Vajpayee in an interview told me that मेरा दुख इस बात की है कि मैं श्यामा प्रसाद मुखर्जी का सेक्रेटरी थे, लेकिन भाजपा का खाता बंगाल में नहीं खोला और वो हिंदी बेल्ट का पार्टी, हिंदी पार्टी रह गया. Today, Atal Bihari Vajpayee is not with us. Even Calcutta Corporation got only 2 councillors seat. In Kamal Basu was mayor and Jyoti Basu CM. And Advani ji issued a statement from Delhi, from the Ashoka Road party office, that in West Bengal we have opened the khata of BJP. And there was a Gulal celebration in Calcutta Corporation for 2 councillors. And today, Advani ji is there, but I think Vajpayee ji aaj agar hote, so this is a very historical moment for the party. 51 to 80, 80 to... So this is the unfinished agenda of Jansangh. And today, Modi ji, Amit Shah ji, they have done it. So it's a huge thing, and it is not only for BJP and Jansangh. It's an all-Indian political multi-party system. Earlier it was Congress system, as Rajini Kothari said. Today is a BJP system. So BJP is now reaching to the east. Amit Shah ji told in the first press conference as party president that we cannot be pan-Indian party jab tak hum Bengal nahi pahunchenge. Because that time they reached Yedurappa's chief minister, but Bengal was completely untouched. After Assam and Tripura, now this Angbang Kaling Prime Minister is said a lot of, repeated times. So now this is a very significant, and it's an answer to TMC also, because the theory was invasion. So this is not aggressive invasion of BJP. ये तो विनम्रता के साथ you are connecting with the Bengal. So this is a very strong message, and I think it will not only national, I think it will go viral in globally, because Prime Minister is Prime Minister.
Well, every gesture, like we were just discussing a while earlier about that whole Jhalmuri moment, every gesture is calculated to send out a specific message, to ensure that it goes viral, and well, it has side effects or side benefits for the people involved, like the Jhalmuri fellow here says, purely by reason of Instagrammers who come here to replicate the Prime Minister's Jhalmuri video, which by the way had I think the largest number of Google searches, that particular video. So you've got plenty of people with their smartphones who want to come here and replicate that reel, and the Jhalmuri sellers benefit here. This, like Jayanto Ghoshal also said, is a message of gracious and grateful acceptance of the mandate that has been given. I think it also must be seen in light of what the Prime Minister said earlier, that this is about badlav and not badla. The constant messaging is of gentleness, not of aggression, not of revenge, not of retribution. Correct me if I'm wrong, Jayantoda, that constantly there seems to be this implicit messaging: accept this mandate with gentility, with grace. Do not think of going after your enemies or going after your adversaries, even if you've suffered political violence at their hands. Jayanto Ghoshal.
Yeah, this is a message to the, you reminded me actually, this is a message to the workers also, the party workers also. As Amit Shah ji instructed the President and BJP, all leaders are going to the villages and that don't go for any clashes. And they are taking cameras also to show to the other workers. And one point I missed, this team in the cabinet, the interesting point we didn't discuss, the age. Age actually, Nishit 40, and from 40 to 61, Dilip Ghosh. So this is actually very young team. Only Dilip Ghosh is, above 60. Otherwise, all, 40 to 52. So this is also a very young team. Actually, Padmaja, you are discussing about the youngsters in the BJP. This is in West Bengal governance. I think now they are also making the team very young team. This is also another aspect. And what Prime Minister has done, that is not only for the country, he is giving the message to the party also that the post-poll violence, lot of incidents are, I think that can neutralize the post-poll violence milieu also, Padmaja.
Absolutely. Speaking of young team, I want to bring in Shreyasi Dey also, who's standing by at Brigade Parade Ground. Earlier, Shreyasi, just so much chaos and so many jammers, I think, at play over there that we kept losing the link with you. Over to you again. Has the ground cleared out now, or there are still people? Still plenty of selfies and photos and TV interviews?
Padmaja, I think the after party has begun. After the oath-taking ceremony, you can see the kind of loudspeakers, the enthusiasm of people, the flags, the slogans, the chants. It's a day of celebration for each and every BJP worker here in West Bengal who have tirelessly fought to bring this government to power. It hasn't been an easy fight, and you know, people have been very enthused. कहाँ से हैं आप?
कोलकाता का है।
कितना मुश्किल था ये फाइट?
आप बोलिए फिर।
कितना मुश्किल था बीजेपी सरकार को लाना इस राज्य में?
बहुत मुश्किल था। ठीक है।
कब से कर रहे हो बीजेपी आप? बीजेपी कब से कर रहे हो?
हमें सुनिए मेरे बात।
Okay, so he is a little nervous, I think, in front of the camera, but you can see that tempo over there, playing the loudspeaker, the flag, young boys sitting on top, celebrating this victory, celebrating this historic day. This is the first time the BJP has formed government here in West Bengal. Padmaja, we have been covering the campaigns, we have been covering the rallies, we have been speaking to the leaders, the ground workers. Even the BJP did not know they would cross the 200 mark. They were looking at 120, 130 is the seat tally that they were looking at. And that's why this time the Home Minister said that we will touch 120, 160 he went up to before the second phase. But it has been a clean sweep this time by the BJP. The 5 Council of Ministers, as we have been discussing, have also taken oath. A good mix of the old-timers in the BJP. They have all been 2-time sitting MLAs, and of course, they have also been a part of the government as part of the MLAs at the center as MP. Nishit Pramanik was part of the Trinamool Congress, now the BJP. But you can see there the kind of enthusiasm by the BJP workers. It's the day to celebrate. It's the day to have their slogans, their chants and their hopes to be put out there, because the BJP has finally formed a government here in West Bengal. The lotus has bloomed, and of course, we saw that grand oath-taking ceremony. Padmaja, every time there's an oath-taking ceremony that happens inside the Raj Bhavan, it's behind closed doors. It is limited to guests who are invited by the West Bengal government, of leaders and dignitaries. But this time around, the oath-taking ceremony was a public spectacle, a show of unity, a message that the BJP has come to power here in West Bengal with the Prime Minister, with the several BJP-ruled chief ministers on the dais. The Prime Minister's chopper has taken off. He will be returning to New Delhi, but his government over here will be at work. The Council of Ministers, along with Suvendu Adhikari, will also hold the first cabinet meeting today as per the norm. And of course, there's a busy day ahead for the Chief Minister of West Bengal, Suvendu Adhikari, who will visit Shyama Prasad Mukherjee's residence, who will be offering his prayers at the Kali Ghat temple, and who will be going to Bharat Seva Ashram later on in the evening. BJP Karyakartas in full swing here in Kolkata, celebrating this grand victory. As we speak to the Karyakartas, all of them have been saying this fight was not an easy fight. They have been fighting for a long time. They were defeated in 2021, but the confidence built slowly and steadily, and now they are in power here in West Bengal with the hope to turn around the state's economic trajectory, with the hope to get more employment for the youth, and with the hope that women feel safer, and with the hope that West Bengal becomes Sonar Bangla, a promise that the BJP made ahead of the elections, and now it's time for that delivery. Back to you.
It's very important you said that the Prime Minister's government will continue to work in West Bengal, because you're absolutely right. It is going to be seen as exactly that. People here have voted for Modi instead of Didi. That is the binary they had in their mind. They've been promised a double engine ki sarkar. They'll be expecting quick results, and there is a lot at stake over here. There have been many, many grouses, much discontent, and a lot of it will want to be resolved. People will be looking at this government with very, very high hopes. It will be important to see what is the first decision, if at all anyone is taken, in the first cabinet meet that Suvendu Adhikari holds today after visiting Kali Ghat temple. Interestingly, in the same area where the former Chief Minister's residence, Mamata Banerjee's residence, also is. Taking a very quick break at this point, but on this historic day, the new Suvendu Adhikari cabinet has been sworn in. What does this mean, not just for Bengal, but also the expansion of the BJP in the rest of the country? The messaging by the Prime Minister today, all of that and much more continuing on NDTV. Stay with us.
All right, the headlines at this.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी। आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी every day.
Where the software engineer with a big idea meets the smart market analyst. meets the cool UI UX designer, meets the gifted content writer, meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
Like a dream come true, you make me rise with you. In the sky of our own, feels like gravity is gone.
Feels like summer. Monte Carlo, it's the way you make me feel.
When others are warming up, I'm raring to go. The stories that matter, the stories that shape your life.
Hello and welcome to watching Prime 5 with me, Raisha Sehgal. What's happening? How?
The show that sets the prime time agenda.
We'll be deep diving into this topic to tell you what's at stake.
Join me, Raisha Sehgal, on Prime 5, only on NDTV 24/7.
The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindhu.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live. Unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right, Center.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area. North Ukraine. In France, in Italy. At Srinagar. INS Vikrant. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
Where the software engineer meets the cool UI UX designer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University.
आपने तो दीदी को एकदम धो डाला।
इसमें जनता का जीत है, मोदी जी का जीत है।
आज के की खाबेन झालमुड़ी ना माछेर झोल।
How will you celebrate?
झालमुड़ी माछेर झोल with रसगुल्ला।
You know, you remember you promised me that you will come to Kabini and do an interview with me. You like going to the forest?
This is a declaration of our state that to the entire country that our Kerala is secular.
ये विजय बंगाल की जनता के विशेष करके मातृशक्ति की।
One clip that went most viral was the non-interview. Cruz spent some time with him. We have these whistles out for you, and the whistles are for the fact that you got the poll right, which is quite fantastic.
We saw you campaigning, ma'am, for the RG Kaur victim's mother as well. You know, that was a telling moment. Do you believe that that incident in some ways was a tipping point?
I think that was not the only incident.
তবে পরাণ খুলে তুই মুখ ফুটে তোর মনের কথা একলা বলো রে যদি তোর ডাক শুনে কেউ না আসে তবে একলা চলো রে।
मीठा या नमकीन चाहे जैसे खाओ 100% सूजी से बनी आर प्योर वर्मिसेली स्वादिष्ट सेहतमंद हर रोज।
Where the software engineer meets the gifted content writer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University.
Like a dream come true, you make me rise with you. In the sky of our own, feels like gravity is gone.
Feels like summer. Monte Carlo, it's the way you make me feel.
Launch control 0 to 100.
This isn't just about cars and bikes. This is about how you move. This car makes no sense, yet it makes every sense. What we are sitting inside is a Joby-powered air taxi. Your friend said, "Ye le le." We said, maybe not. Hi, my name is Siddharth Sharma. I'm your NDTV Automate, your ultimate guide into the world of automobiles and mobility.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
What is in your letter? What is in your letter here?
Support to AADMK to form the new government with Edappadi K. Palanichami as the Chief Minister. This was the letter.
Hello and welcome back to NDTV. This is a story of one of the most dramatic political transformations in modern Indian politics. From being Mamata Banerjee's trusted grassroots organizer to becoming the face of BJP's rise in Bengal. And now, in fact, becoming and swearing in as BJP's first ever chief minister in the state of West Bengal. This is the political journey of Suvendu Adhikari, a story of ambition, betrayal, ideology and power. Take a look.
The roots of Bengal's political transformation go back to July 21, 1993. 13 people were killed in police firing during Mamata Banerjee's Writers' Chalo movement in Kolkata. The tragedy became the emotional foundation of Mamata's politics. Every year since, July 21 has been observed as Shohid Divas, Martyrs' Day. Over time, the annual gathering became Bengal's biggest political show of strength. Mamata Banerjee was preparing to end 34 years of left rule. At a massive rally at Brigade Parade Ground stood a young organizational heavyweight, Suvendu Adhikari. But insiders say this was also the beginning of a silent political rupture. When Kunal Ghosh dominated the stage management and public messaging, Suvendu remained unusually sidelined. For a leader who had built the Trinamool Congress machinery in East Midnapur brick by brick, the message was hard to miss. Present on stage, absent from power. Sources say Suvendu believed Mamata Banerjee had allowed his marginalization. The resentment stayed. Then came more setbacks. As Mukul Roy's influence grew within the party, Suvendu increasingly found himself pushed away from the organizational core. At the same time, a young Abhishek Banerjee was steadily rising through the ranks. Inside the Trinamool, the success had quietly begun, and Suvendu Adhikari realized something crucial. The road to becoming Mamata Banerjee's political heir was closing. By then, BJP leaders had already begun reaching out to him. But leaving Mamata Banerjee was not easy. His father, veteran politician Shishir Adhikari, reportedly opposed the move. Mamata herself is said to have made repeated efforts to stop him. But the real conflict, insiders say, was no longer personal, it was political. Suvendu was unwilling to operate under Abhishek Banerjee's growing dominance inside the Trinamool Congress. The final rupture came after a massive Trinamool conference in Digha, the Adhikari family's stronghold. Despite organizing the event, Suvendu reportedly felt ignored yet again. Days later, on December 19, 2020, Suvendu Adhikari joined the BJP in the presence of Amit Shah. The rebellion was complete. Then came Nandigram. In one of India's most closely watched political battles, Suvendu Adhikari defeated Mamata Banerjee on her chosen turf. The former protege had become the challenger, and Bengal politics would never be the same again. Since joining the BJP, Suvendu has moved steadily closer to the RSS ecosystem. Today, he is one of Bengal BJP's strongest Hindutva voices, speaking openly on infiltration, polarization, citizenship and Bangladesh. Yet allies describe another side to him. An admirer of Swami Vivekananda, a warm host and one of the few Bengal BJP leaders with both state and central administrative experience. One of the few Bengal BJP leaders with both state and central administrative experience. Now Suvendu Adhikari stands at the edge of history. From a silent figure on Mamata Banerjee's stage in 2011 to the man poised to lead Bengal's first BJP government. With Jayanto Ghoshal, Shujoy, NDTV.
Suvendu Adhikari has taken oath as BJP's first ever Chief Minister in West Bengal. Let's go across to Manogya, who is joining us live from where action has been reported since early morning. Manogya, a sea of people really, marching, campaigning and celebrating this moment in every sense of the term. This is historic not just for the Chief Minister, but for the BJP in many ways. But Suvendu Adhikari, leader with public life of 30 years, member of parliament, MLA, and of course, at the very grassroots, he's been very, very active. He was, the Man Friday of Mamata Banerjee, but then the political transformation. What a moment really for West Bengal. But take it away to explain to the viewers how critical in history this moment is for the BJP.
For the rest of the country, this day and this moment is historical. For the people of Bengal, it is nostalgic. And trust me when I use that word with a lot of respect to all those who've died in this fight for the BJP to storm into power with 92% voting history this time, and also several questions and allegations on each other. But history has been written by the people of Bengal as they have nominated and they have elected the Chief Minister of West Bengal as Suvendu Adhikari, and BJP with 206 MLAs. Remember, I say that because 207 seats have been won, but Suvendu Adhikari is an MLA on 2 seats. So there are 206 MLAs of BJP, and leading the entire brigade at Brigade Parade Ground is Suvendu Adhikari himself. Remember, we've seen him in white kurta pajama, but we today see him in the gerwa or the kesariya or the bhagwa color that you see. And the kind of uproar of people and supporters here in Brigade Parade Ground was unprecedented for any BJP leader anyway in the history of West Bengal. Besides Prime Minister Narendra Modi, there has never been this big gathering in Brigade Parade Ground for the saffron or the BJP here in West Bengal. But when we talk about the leadership, we talk about the new cabinet with Agnimitra Paul, Dilip Ghosh, Ashok Kirtania, Nishit Pramanik, and also Mr. Tudu, who will be now operating as cabinet ministers in the state of West Bengal, representing not only their communities, but representing their regions, and of course the aspirations of 10 crore people who have given the mandate for the next 5 years to BJP. This comes as the first double-engine sarkar for BJP from Delhi and also in Bengal, and perhaps one of its kind in past 4 decades, where the leadership of the state is not at loggerheads with the center. Maybe that will usher in a new era of development and vikas that BJP has been talking about. But also with that, several big decisions are expected in the first month of the cabinet meeting as they start their work today. As Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be leaving for Delhi, and post that Chief Minister of West Bengal, Suvendu Adhikari, will be visiting Writers' Building as well as Assembly, the West Bengal Legislative Assembly, which he has visited earlier several times as the leader of opposition and the first time as the Chief Minister of West Bengal. Remember, I say that because one door entry changes everything. When he had exited the door of Assembly last time, he had walked out as the leader of opposition of the West Bengal Legislative Assembly. And when he walks in today, he will walk in as the Chief Minister of West Bengal. That comes in with a lot of pride. And if I could talk about the color combination and the uproar and the public support that he got the minute he stood up for taking oath, that itself speaks volumes about the public gathering and the public support that has been ushered on him and the party for making and writing history this time. Women thronging in massive numbers, people on the streets here in Kolkata holding flags and chanting Jai Shri Ram, Jai Ma Kali. This itself speaks on how Jai Shri Ram was a bone of contention or the cuss word in 2021 and has now become just another political chant and also the powerful aspirations of people of West Bengal being ushered in these words. As I speak, we also see history being created here in West Bengal, and I watching and witnessing it one more time. I remember 2011 when Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee was sworn in as the Chief Minister of West Bengal, and she walked from the legislative, from the Governor House to the Writers' Building, and that march of 1.5 kilometers or 2 kilometers was full of lakhs of supporters, everyone just trying to scream, shout, Didi, Didi, and that seems to have changed in 2026. Perhaps that's what public mandate is. That's why we say, Janta hi Janardhan hai.
Well, certainly Janta hi Janardhan hai. What a political transformation in West Bengal. But not just that, this will certainly lead to more development and a new era really in West Bengal as well. Thank you very much, Manogya, for getting us the latest. In fact, Mamata Banerjee, who was unrelenting, has also finally changed her X profile and said that she's the Chief Minister of West Bengal for 15th, 16th and the 17th Vidhan Sabha. That's all we have on this bulletin, but news and updates continue as the political thriller in Tamil Nadu continues. Taking a short break. See you on the other side.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
Where the software engineer with a big idea meets the smart market analyst, meets the cool UI UX designer, meets the gifted content writer, meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Like a dream come true, you make me rise with you. In the sky of our own, feels like gravity is gone.
Feels like summer. Monte Carlo. It's the way you make me feel.
When others are warming up, I'm raring to go. The stories that matter, the stories that shape your life.
Hello and welcome to watching Prime 5 with me, Raisha Sehgal. What's happening? How to?
The show that sets the prime time agenda.
We'll be deep diving into this topic to tell you what's at stake.
Join me, Raisha Sehgal, on Prime 5, only on NDTV 24/7.
The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindhu.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live. Unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Centre.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area. North Ukraine. In France, in Italy. At Srinagar. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला। Like a dream come true, you make me rise with you. In the sky of our own, feels like gravity is gone.
Feels like summer. Monte Carlo. It's the way you make me feel.
Where the software engineer meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University.
आपने तो दीदी को एकदम धो डाला.
इसमें जनता का जीत है, मोदी जी का जीत है.
आज के की खाबेन झालमुड़ी ना माছের ঝোল.
How will you celebrate?
झालमुड़ी माছের ঝোल with रसगुल्ला.
You know, you remember you promised me that you will come to Kabini and do an interview with me. You like going to the forest?
This is a declaration of our state that to the entire country that our Kerala is secular.
ये विजय बंगाल की जनता के विशेष करके मातृशक्ति की.
One clip that went most viral was the non-interview. Cruz spent some time with him. We have these whistles out for you, and the whistles are for the fact that you got the poll right, which is quite fantastic.
We saw you campaigning, ma'am, for the RG Kaur victim's mother as well. You know, that was a telling moment. Do you believe that that incident in some ways was a tipping point?
I think that she was not the only incident.
তবে পরাণ খুলে তুই মুখ ফুটে তোর মনের কথা একলা বলো রে যদি তোর ডাক শুনে কেউ না আসে তবে একলা চলো রে.
मीठा या नमकीन चाहे जैसे खाओ 100% सूजी से बनी आर प्योर वर्मिसली स्वादिष्ट सेहतमंद हर रोज.
Like a dream come true, you make me rise with you. In the sky of our own, feels like gravity is gone.
Feels like summer. Monte Carlo, it's the way you make me feel.
Where the software engineer meets the cool UI UX designer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University.
Launch control 0 to 100.
This isn't just about cars and bikes, this is about how you move. This car makes no sense, yet it makes every sense.
Hello and welcome to our continuing coverage here on NDTV of the Chennai Game of Thrones. It is 1 p.m. now. Suspense continues over government formation here in Tamil Nadu. No clarity on where things are at, but we will answer some of the questions that are on your minds right now. Is Vijay going to hit those numbers that will pave the way to him becoming Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, or is there a lot of last-minute bargaining taking place? Remember, the all-important VCK support that was to be announced at a press conference at 10 this morning has not happened. And it's happening right now, 3 hours late.
அழைப்பு கொடுக்கப்பட்டு எமது தலைவர் எழுச்சி தமிழர் விடுதலை சிறுத்தைகள் கட்சி நிலைப்பாட்டை அதிகாரப்பூர்வமாக அறிவிப்பார். We sincerely regret for the inconvenience. Yesterday, our party president announced that we'll be having our high-level committee meeting. Based on the high-level committee meeting, we will be announcing our decision today morning. We didn't give any official communication, summoned the press to our office. But unfortunately, the press people have come here, and now we have contacted our leader, and the information from him is that we will be sending an official communication sometime around 4 o'clock, and he will meet you with all the required news which you are seeking for, and he will be answering that. We don't have any answers for your questions. That's it. Thank you very much. நான்கு மணிக்கு அதிகாரப்பூர்வமான அழைப்பு ஊடகவியலாளருக்கு கட்சியின் சார்.
Very interesting update coming in from the VCK headquarters. The person you just saw was Pavalan, member of the VCK, saying that a decision will be announced by the VCK only at 4 p.m. They've said that the press has been speculating about a press conference at 10 a.m., 11 a.m., 1 p.m. today, but that their statement after high-level consultations within the party will only be declared at 4 p.m. today. It's incredible because the VCK itself had said that they were going to be holding a press conference at 10 a.m. Now they've tried to put it on the press, but that was not speculation. There is very clearly some high-level bargaining that is taking place at this point of time. Let's go to Vijay. Vijay Gopal Muralidharan is with me live right now. Vijay, take us through what's happening right now. The VCK says they'll declare their decision only at 4 p.m. You have a big crowd with you, Vijay. We'll get back to Vijay in just a moment. I'm just going to ask for a quick update on the reporters that we have. We've got Radhika live with us from the TTV Dinakaran residence. Deepak is at the TTV headquarters right now. Sam Daniel is at the EPS residence. Sam, I want to very quickly come to you. You've just heard the VCK leaders saying that they're... Okay, well, let's go to Radhika very quickly. Radhika, you know, the intrigue and the twists and turns are continuing. What was supposed to be a 10 a.m. briefing by the VCK has now become a 4 p.m. statement. You know, 4 p.m. It's going to happen the entire day. It is very clear that the VCK is still very pushing very, very hard with Vijay's TVK for some kind of power within whatever government gets formed. Radhika.
That's right, Shiv. This is going to be so decisive. This is what all of us have been waiting for. This is what TVK has been waiting for, because VCK's decision could pave way for government formation, because Vijay needs those two numbers, and the only party that can give those two numbers at this stage is certainly VCK. Yesterday they were undecided. There was IUML that backed out, and of course TTV Dinakaran also completely rejecting any kind of support. I just spoke to him, as well as that MLA whose support letter was given. They said that this is completely bogus, fake, and it is an AI-generated video that the TVK had put out to establish support from TTV's camp. Now, really, it remains to be seen what will happen in the next few hours, because those few hours that's coming forward is going to be very crucial for the government formation. VCK's 2 seats are going to be very, very important for Vijay at this stage, because looks like it is only VCK that can really save TVK at this point, that can really lead TVK to form government. And they're, of course, playing hardball at this stage. All kinds of negotiations happening. They want a cabinet berth, a couple of cabinet berths is what we are being told, and a few other demands as well being placed before the TVK. What demands will be met, and whether VCK will really forge that alliance, that remains to be seen.
Stay with me, Radhika. I want to go across to Vijay Gopal, who's live with me. Vijay, the VCK is saying they will put out a statement only at 4 p.m. What can you share with us, Vijay? Over to you.
That's right, Shiv. Hearing the news, like officially VCK will make the announcement around 10 a.m. Here, huge crowd gather to see Vijay, and both VCK supporters and also Tamalaga Vetri Kalagam supporters. You see how crowd has gathered. Now they're all coming out of the party headquarters after the official announcement from the official spokesperson of VCK. This was done based on police advice, because police conveyed to VCK asking them to clear the crowd. So that's the reason behind they have officially declared only by 4 p.m. they will make the official announcement. You see many TVK supporters are also here with Vijay's ID card and even whistle. This is the official poll symbol, and you see Vijay's shawl. They are all here to see Vijay, because they were information once TVK officially declared. They will also call Vijay also will be coming here. You see Vijay's photographs are also here with secretariat background. This is kind of developments we are witnessing just outside the VCK Tirumavalaven's residence. Let's try to speak with some of the supporters here. So edukkai vandirukkinga? VCK no officially declare panla support. So they hasn't declared officially. What's your hope now?
Today it will be a finalized, I think so. Okay. Because VC, I think Vidudalai Sirthagal has given many korikai. So demands. Okay, so I think TVK will agree to that, and they'll.
You want this alliance to happen, VCK? And
There is no way, no. It has to be happen, no. Only for a 2-seat, I think so.
Are supporters kind of upset because of delay in vote-taking ceremony of Vijay?
Yeah, we are upset. Totally upset. Because it has been a 5 to 7 days, I think so, after the election. So we have to make a conclusion, no? Because this is a democracy country and this is not fair, no?
So these are all the voice we have heard from TVK supporters, and even many VCK supporters are here. But officially now VCK spokesperson has declared, saying that only by 4 p.m. VCK Chief Thirumavalavan officially to declare whether they are extending support to Tamalaga Vetri Kalagam or not. But many VCK and TVK cadre are optimistic towards saying that definitely VCK Chief Thirumavalavan will extend his support to TVK to help TVK to form the governmentship.
Okay, stay with me, Vijay. So some hectic scenes happening outside the VCK headquarters. Press briefing not going to happen. Statement will happen at 4. Veera Raghav is also with us live. Veera, break down for us what bargaining is taking place right now. A 10 a.m. press briefing has now morphed into a statement that will take place at 4 p.m. now. That's an entire day in between of bargaining. What kind of power play is going on in your view, Veera?
Well, I think it's the kind of power play that's unprecedented in Tamil Nadu politics, and perhaps one that we've not seen very often in Indian politics as well, where a party with 2 MLAs is holding to hostage an alliance, not just a party with 108 MLAs, an alliance with 116, and an alliance of the Congress, the left, and the TVK. The VCK seems to be pushing, at least according to many, it's also standing exposed. Thirumavalavan, in a sense, Shiv, is also standing exposed as one who's driving a hard bargain and an opportunist politician, because he's gone and met MK Stalin last night. We believe that his sources close to him claim that the meeting was to convey to Stalin his decision to go with the TVK. And in that meeting, I believe what was also mooted was the possibility of Thirumavalavan as Chief Minister with the AIADMK and outside support from the DMK. At least that's the grapevine. Wow. I believe that the AIADMK has completely debunked that, saying EPS says it's absolutely untenable for him to be under Thirumavalavan, work under Thirumavalavan. He can be a deputy CM. I think they are pushing for deputy chief ministership, and it needs to be put very clear, Shiv. This is a man who's a member of parliament. He's not even an MLA. And I think this is about bargaining for a position for him. And it's not about bargaining for cabinet berths. He's playing all sides. He's delaying it, perhaps to push the hard bargaining. What's standing exposed is the great ideological giants of Dravidian politics who claim to be ideologically consistent, standing exposed, saying that they are willing to do anything for opportunism and the number game on the one side, except maybe a few leaders, the parties themselves seeing for the opportunity to have some kind of power. And on the other side, all sides trying to bargain for the best deal. The TVK is showing that it's inexperienced enough to not have had to cobble up the numbers earlier, Shiv. This is not over until it's over. We'll have to wait and see. Till the letters of support's there, till the swearing in happens, it's not over. And even after the swearing in happens, till the majority is proven on the floor.
Vijay Gopal has a leader of the VCK with him. Vijay, over to you. What is the VCK saying? 4 p.m. they'll make their decision.
That's right, Shiv. Officially, they have declared only 4 p.m. they are going to make that announcement. But now we have VCK cadre with VCK shawl, and also a TVK supporter with the pole symbol of Tamalaga Vetri Kalagam, that is whistle. Let's have a word with both of the supporters. Anna, நீங்க சொல்லுங்க, திருமாவளவன் என்ன முடிவு எடுக்கணும்னு நீங்க நினைக்கிறீங்க?
என்ன முடிவு எடுக்கணும்னு இல்லை, எழுச்சி தமிழர் தலைவர் என்ன முடிவு எடுக்கிறாரோ அதுக்கு சிறுத்தைகள் கட்டுப்பட்டு நிற்போம், அவ்வளவுதான்.
So I asked him a question, what would Thirumavalavan should take decision? He is saying like whatever decision Thiruma takes, we will support, we will stand with him. We have a TVK supporter also here. திருமாவளவன் என்ன முடிவு எடுத்தா நீங்க சந்தோஷமா இருப்பீங்க?
கண்டிப்பா நல்ல முடிவு எடுப்பார் திருமாவளவன். ரெண்டு பேரும் ஒன்றிணைந்து
நல்ல முடிவு எடுக்கணும்னு சொல்றாரு.
நல்ல முடிவு எடுக்கணும் திருமாவளவன்.
So he is saying திருமாவளவன் should take good decision and should extend support to TVK. நீங்க என்ன சொல்றீங்க?
தலைவர் எடுக்க முடியும்.
ஆட்சியிலும் பங்கு அதிகாரத்திலும் பங்குன்றது வந்து விடுதலை சிறுத்தைகளுடைய நீண்ட நாள் கோரிக்கை.
Okay, so you are saying VCK is a huge demand is share in power coalition government. Okay.
அது எப்படியா இருந்தாலும் தலைவர் வந்து என்ன மாதிரியான முடிவை சொல்றாரு? இன்னைக்கு வந்து நிபந்தனையற்ற கூட்டணியா இல்ல வந்து ஆட்சியிலும் பங்கு அதிகாரத்திலும் பங்கு எதுவா இருந்தாலும் தலைவர் எது
சொல்றாங்க ஆட்சியில பங்கு கொடுத்தாதான் உங்களுக்கு ஆதரவு. ஓகேவா? கொடுப்பீங்களா கொடுக்க மாட்டீங்களா? கொடுக்கணுமா கொடுக்க கூடாது?
தலைவர் என்ன சொல்லியிருக்காருன்னா தேர்தலுக்கு முன்னால் ஆட்சியிலும் பங்கு அதிகாரத்திலும் பங்கு சொல்லியிருக்காரு. ஆனால் தனித்து நின்று தலைவர் ஜெயிச்சுக்கிறாரு. இன்றைக்கி ஆதரவு தேவை. தமிழக நம்ம அண்ணன் வந்து திரும்ப சொல்லிக்கிறாரு துணை முதல்வர் வேணும் அப்படின்னு சொல்லியிருக்காரு. கண்டிப்பாக தளபதி கொடுப்பாரு. அண்ணன் துணை முதல்வர் வேணாம்.
So you are saying definitely TVK Chief Vijay will give up share in power.
Coming back to you in just a moment, we've got some breaking news. Very important factual update coming in on why the press briefing by the VCK, which was scheduled for 10 a.m. today, has constantly been postponed and now it is scheduled for about 4 p.m. today. And the reason for that, piece of information being broken by a political editor, Vasudha Venugopal, is that one of the two VCK MLAs is on his way from Madurai. He hasn't reached Chennai yet, and that signature by both MLAs is required before that statement can be shared with the public. And that's the reason perhaps for the hold-up, in addition to all the power play and bargaining that's going on. Vasudha, is that just an excuse, or is that really the reason why the VCK is delayed and not about bargaining and power play for a better deal?
That's a very loaded question, Shiv. In fact, it has a lot of answers in it. What I'm told is that TVK wants to stick to procedures. It has already given a specific format to the VCK, which is why it is asked. The party has asked its MLAs to actually come to Chennai. One of them has already arrived and the other is on his way, and he's expected to reach by 2 p.m. And while all of this is going on, there are also talks that have been going on between the DMK, AIDMK is taking the lead here with VCK, and another formula is being explored to look at Tirumavalavan as the Chief Minister. That was something that was discussed last night, and it was also negotiated upon. All parties will be okay. It was believed to have the Chief Ministerial face in Tirumavalavan, who's a Dalit face of, and he in fact represents the Dalit party, VCK. But all of those negotiations went on yesterday. All of that explorations also went on. What we now know is that MK Stalin is said to have given Tirumavalavan the go-ahead. He has said that he has no objections. He said that it's important for Tirumavalavan to support the TVK because people's mandate is with Vijay, and we expect that there's a certain expectation that Tirumavalavan could be showing his support to the TVK, which is why and also the delays because of this procedural issue of TVK not wanting to make a mistake in terms of format, and the VCK MLA taking his own time to reach Chennai. So several layers within layers there, several wheels within wheels there.
Vasudha, when this proposal was taken to EPS about Tirumavalavan as Chief Minister, I believe it was categorically rejected by the AIDMK, saying it's absolutely untenable, it's not done. I think there are multiple things at play here. I know that Tirumavalavan, for a fact, from people close to him, he knows very well that this is all looks very bad as opportunistic politics. He seems to be striking for a very strong, a bargain with the TVK. Let's see what comes out of all this. It's the problem really, Vasudha, for the VCK is that Tirumavalavan is an extremely senior face. He's got two MLAs. I believe they want him in the cabinet with the TVK. Now, if he's going to be in the cabinet as such a senior leader, what's the role that's going to be given to him? They are demanding for Deputy Chief Minister post. And this we've been saying since yesterday. Vasudha, I'm not sure that any other concoctions possible till this is absolutely ruled out. I think most political parties are also aware, Vasudha, while they are driving this hard bargain and sending out information of these kind of formulas that's being worked out, they know that the formula, the effort or any attempt to keep Vijay out of power with this kind of political opportunism at play. Let's not forget, AIDMK is still an ally of the BJP. And I think one of the preconditions is for the VCK to, for this to even work would be for the AIDMK to break away from the BJP. I'm not sure if the BJP is okay with that. So there are multiple wheels within wheels here as the hard bargaining goes on. But this just shows that we are in a short-term period of potential political uncertainty in Tamil Nadu, where there's going to be constant number crunching, and the TVK will have to learn the art of building a coalition and holding numbers together. So will the other political parties in Tamil Nadu. Vasudha.
Okay, we've got an additional piece of breaking news coming in. Very, very important. Listen to this breaking news, viewer. The Tamil Nadu power play is seeing another twist now. Even as we await clarity from the VCK, another twist is coming in. AIADMK sources are telling our political editor and our Chennai bureau chief that AIADMK talks are still currently on. That channel is still active, talks are still on. Sources say the Dravidian rivals are still in talks, they are still in play in an attempt to stop Vijay from taking power. AIADMK sources are talking about exploring an alliance with the VCK. Remember, we broke to you about an hour ago that the VCK chief, Tol Tirumavalavan, had met MK Stalin late last night as well. Sources say talks are on to project the VCK chief as chief minister. Vasudha and Sam are both live with me. Vasudha, quickly to you first. Incredible that the AIADMK talks are still in play. Like you said, a formula that involves projecting Tol Tirumavalavan, a Dalit politician, as chief minister. Take us through what the dynamics of this conversation are.
One of the various permutation combinations that's being explored, and like Veera was explaining, Shiv, that a lot of this just could be a projection, it just could be muscle flexing for the VCK to get the best out of the deal. Even when the AIDMK alliance was being explored with the DMK said that it would offer only outside support, it will not be part of the cabinet, but it wanted the best berths for VCK. That also shows that VCK has a very, old relationship with the DMK. What I'm told is these talks were on last night. As of now, VCK seems to be, still undecided on its support. We're partly sure that he's going to talk about supporting the TVK, but Tirumavalavan is also very clear that he wants the best from this whole thing, not just optically, but also for his party, for his organization. Procedurally, he also wants to make sure that they are not at fault. The TVK specifically aided by the Congress party. Now, I'm told that top lawyers of the Congress party are also helping the TVK draft their documents so that they don't end up, leaving the governor unconvinced for the fourth time, which is why they have actually given a certain format to the TVK, and that also requires their MLAs to evidently have their signatures and, all these copies to be notarized, the copies to be verified, so that there are also no, allegations of forgery as to what we saw last night. So some of these permutation combinations were worked out last night. The formulas were discussed, but MK Stalin, I'm reliably learning, has told Tirumavalavan to go and support TVK right now, and that's where the matter stands.
Okay, so there is a fork in the road. I want to summarize this and simplify this so that our viewers don't, get lost in the details, because this is a story in motion and developing very rapidly towards 4 p.m. when the VCK will finally make its stand clear. But at this point of time, what we are reporting, what Sam Daniel, our Chennai bureau chief, and Vasudha are reporting also, is that the AIADMK talks for an alliance separately is still in play. It is not dead. Those conversations are still happening right now. There is speculation, and Sam, I'll bring you in on this, that the VCK chief, Tol Tirumavalavan, has demanded the chief minister's chair if he is to throw in his lot with the AIADMK talks that are taking place. As Vasudha is reporting, the DMK chief, MK Stalin, has asked the TVK to go ahead and support Vijay. But this alliance between the two Dravidian parties, those talks are still taking place. EPS additionally is okay with giving the VCK chief the deputy chief minister's post, not the chief minister's post. So this is an incredible Game of Thrones that is playing out behind the cameras, behind closed doors. Sam, how are you looking at this? That The AIA-DMK and the DMK talks are still on, and the VCK very clearly is trying to get the best deal on either side. That decision has not been taken, Sam.
That's right, Shiv. This under the presumption that TVK will not be able to prove its numbers and form the government in Tamil Nadu. This particular development has taken place after the meeting with MK Stalin, after VCK announced that they're all set to support TVK following their internal meeting. And interestingly, one development last night is the complaint by AMMK chief Dinakaran that TVK has forged the signature of his MLA claiming to have his support for the TVK government. Now, AIADMK sources say, according to the earlier ongoing discussions over putting in place a larger Dravidian coalition that will bring together the two Dravidian arch-rivals, in a sense, will be led by AIADMK, but supported from outside by the DMK, which has in fact more numbers as the key opposition party according to the new numbers now. Now, VCK chief Tiruma Valavan, the AIADMK sources says if this coalition ought to come into place, he ought to be made the chief minister. His argument is VCK stands for the cause of the Dalits, and this will be a good face-saving mechanism by these two Dravidian arch-rivals to come together to empower a Dalit leader becoming the chief minister in Tamil Nadu. That's his argument, and this has been going on for quite some time within the VCK circles ever since no single party got an absolute majority, that it's time for all these parties to come together and make Tiruma Valavan the chief minister. Now that TVK is offering share in power, it's not clear yet whether VCK will ultimately accept this demand offer or not, or what exactly is their offer in terms of do they want just ministership, or would they want VCK leader himself to be made the deputy in Vijay's government. At the moment we don't know, but simultaneously, parallelly, this particular demand has also been made, and now it's up to both these sides to decide how they want to take it forward. The larger Dravidian coalition believes to step up its options, step up its initiatives once it becomes clear that TVK will not be able to form the government. They're waiting for the May 10th deadline given by the governor, and this delay in announcement by VCK, at the moment it's not clear whether they are gaining time or is it because they could not get the signature of the stranded MLA who's on his way to Chennai. So there will be more clarity on the 4th, by 4 o'clock this evening. If VCK decides to support, then of course the decks are clear for Vijay to stake claim to form the government. But even after that, we'll have to wait for the Lok Bhavan, particularly on its response to the complaint by AMMK chief Dinakaran over allegations of forgery by TVK. So twists and turns are still possible, but one important development on the other plan to put in place a larger Dravidian coalition. Lastly, Shiv, the CPI and CPM at the moment are not sure whether they will support, because yesterday Vasuki, the Politburo member of the CPM, told NDTV very clearly that they discussed both these options of sharing power or supporting TVK, and the other option being floated to bring together the two Dravidian arch-rivals. And the party, she says, strongly decided that they will never support that move because that's against the spirit of the people's mandate in Tamil Nadu. They believe strongly that the vote this time is clearly in favor of Vijay, although he runs...
Sam, I'm going to come back to you. Just hang on to that thought for a moment. You've given us a very, very comprehensive overview of this Game of Thrones right now. I want to very quickly, in a snapshot, summarize. There are two things happening right now, viewer. There are two paths that government formation can take in Tamil Nadu right now. The more probable one is the TVK, Vijay, who have 116 seats right now. If the VCK adds those 2 seats by 4 p.m., Vijay crosses the finish line and gets to form the government. But at the same time, on the other side, there are confabulations and talks happening between the AIADMK and the DMK, arch rivals, traditional enemies on the political battlefield, but they've decided to come together to keep Vijay out. And for that, they also need the VCK's Tol Tirumavalan support. And in order to sort of formalize that and to sweeten the deal, VCK chief has asked for the chief minister's post. The formula looks at this as possible because having a Dalit chief minister would soften and blur the edges of the otherwise cynical nature of this so-called unholy alliance between traditional and erstwhile enemies. I want to bring on to our coverage now to analyze the next few hours before we get clarity on what the VCK plans to do. Madhavan Narayanan, senior journalist, Ramaswamy Mayappan, political analyst, Ramesh Sethuraman, political analyst with me as well. Ramesh, I want to come to you first on this. The VCK clearly delaying that planned press briefing because there is some serious power play going on. It is very clear by now that Tol Tirumavalavan is talking to both sides and trying to get the best deal out of either.
Yeah. So politics is all about opportunity, right? But having said that, VCK with mere 1% seat share as on date, them claiming to be CM-ship and the deputy CM-ship, I don't know how it will be received by the voters particularly, right? That is point number one. And here, as Veera was rightly summarizing it earlier, I think the credibility of VCK and its leadership is in question at the moment. Because, see, first, Mr. Thiruma is not yet an MLA, so he's an MP, so he has to resign and then, he has to contest an election. So it's a long way forward. And similarly, if you look at it, when we talk about the so-called deputy CM post, in Tamil Nadu's history, you would have seen only two deputy CMs, right? And both are from DMK in the past. Or so one, if you see, and they are all from the same family. So when Mr. Karunanidhi, when he was the chief minister, when he has crossed the age of 70, so at this time, people were questioning about the second line leadership. So he wanted to establish his son as the successor. Hence, Mr. M.K. Stalin, who was the recent ex-CM. So he was elevated as deputy CM. And similarly, during the last regime, you would have seen, while Mr. Stalin being the chief minister, he elevated his son for the same reason that I am talking about. So when that happened, except for that, you wouldn't have seen any precedence for this deputy CM-ship. That is point number one. And second most important thing that you have to understand is, if VCK is demanding deputy CM-ship, now Congress will say, hey, we came early, we have 5 members who are supporting you at this crucial juncture, and are you expecting us to give up the deputy CM-ship and then, somebody else with less number of seats to enjoy this? This is number 2. The third thing is the entire election, the victory is driven by one single face called Vijay. So in this case, if somebody is being given as the deputy CM-ship, because if it was, let's say, the pre-poll alliance, then this would have got justified no matter what. But this is about pure opportunistic. In spite of talking to Vijay, Congress, VCK, and everybody.
I hear you, Ramesh. I just want to tell our viewers that it's suddenly started raining cats and dogs here in Chennai. The city is getting a fresh wash of rain. Whether that means that the political temperatures are going to cool down, I don't really know, because obviously beyond the rain, things are extremely hot at this point of time concerning which way the VCK is going to go. Madhavan, bringing you in right now, this speculation that the VCK is talking to both sides and trying to get the best deal, a formula that sees him as a possible chief ministerial face, as part of the AIA-DMK alliance talks. What are you making of all of this, Madhavan?
I think it's very surreal, Shivarud, because I was telling you last night, this is beginning to resemble a real scene from the Cho Ramaswamy's satirical play Tughlaq. We are seeing a real life play of Tughlaq, and VCK now might well stand for very clever knavery. Knavery is a word that begins with K in English that means deceitful, dishonest maneuvers. I think he's having his Mayavati moment or a Devegowda moment where Tirumavalavan wants to become chief minister, because the classic Dalit play where you want to shell the symbol or a signal down your cadres and ranks that you are the leader, and that has been on since the time of Jagjeev Ram.
Yeah. Okay, that link with Madhavan is frozen. I'm going to try and reactivate that. But in the meantime, Mr. Mayappan, you want to comment on what stands before the VCK chief right now? Because he's met Stalin yesterday. He's going to meet Vijay today before the 4 p.m. meeting or statement perhaps. What are you making of what Tol Tirumavalavan wants?
Even before getting to that, this entire fiasco and the drama and the theatre that's playing out in front of you is bad for democracy. VCK ran the election with DMK and did exchange pleasantries with the VCK after the election results and made efforts at joining them. And the VCK prior to the elections called the TVK the birth child of the BJP and the RSS. And the entire idea that Adav Arjuna quit the VCK and went away was that he asked for share in power, and that's something that they didn't want to be discussed when being in alliance with the DMK. He was suspended and removed from the party, and then he joined the VCK. Today he's a victor, and Tol Tirumavalavan, the founder of the party, going and joining him just on the pretext of now being able to get power after running on the shoulders of the DMK sounds all strange and ominous, just not good for democracy. These are not things that you made as promises before the people. All of you lied before the people and are just playing plain drama just for the sake of you being able to get office. What happens to your ideology? What happens to your promises to the people? I understand we need to give a stable government, but is the stable government going to be coming in this form of people piggybacking on someone else and then demanding for things with just 2 MLAs and people with 5 MLAs now trading up spots for mayor elections, municipal elections to ministers? Is this how we want a government run? Is this the promise that TVK leader Vijay made? Is this what the 35% of the people voted him for? So these are all questions that come to my mind. I still am left with the question, what is the response that's appropriate in democracy?
I would like to add only one.
I think, the word used by Madhavan before we lost that link with him is an excellent one. Knavery with a K. It's a word that very much sort of captures what we're seeing right now. Skullduggery is another. There's a huge, generous dollop of cynicism in what is playing out in the shadow of a mandate that Vijay has been given of 108 seats. You're still seeing this power play by these small parties that are sniffing the chance of creating history for themselves as well. And that's the reason why you're seeing Tol Tirumavalavan, a man with just 2 seats in the Tamil Nadu Assembly, holding all the power and all the leverage right now. And the traditional Dravidian parties, as well as the newcomer with this mammoth mandate, are all three at his mercy, literally at this point of time. Before I go back to Madhavan, the suspense of this pot boiler that has played out over the last 72 hours is not something that's going to be forgotten in a hurry. Just take a look. We captured it all for you in this report.
It's the biggest role of his life, and actor turned politician Vijay is having to wait longer for it. Thalapathy Vijay stormed the elections with a roar of the people behind him, a wave of love, anger, hope and rebellion. But when the dust settled, victory stood just out of reach. The road to Chief Minister's chair demanded 118 seats. TVK stopped just 10 seats short. And that's when the real political thriller began. Vijay was quick to stake claim, meeting the governor on the evening of 4th of May. But the majority mark remained elusive. That's when Congress came to the rescue, breaking away from its long-standing ally DMK to stand beside Vijay. Its 5 MLAs pushed the numbers to 112.
You met with Vijay today. What are the contours of this arrangement with TVK?
See, first, we must understand what was the mandate in the Tamil Nadu elections this time. The mandate was very clear and decisive. The mandate was for a secular, progressive politics. The mandate was for Mr. Vijay, and the mandate was overwhelming. So it is only correct that we respect the people's mandate. And what does that mean? Congress Party's political ideology is also secular and progressive. So in that sense, we are ideological allies. And for that, it is our constitutional duty to help uphold the mandate given by the people of Tamil Nadu. And we do that by lending our support to Mr. Vijay to form the government here.
To be Chief Minister, Vijay still needed 6 MLAs. TVK reached out to DMK allies VCK and the left. Next day, Vijay went to the governor again. But Lok Bhavan was still not satisfied. The governor asked Vijay to prove majority before taking oath, asking him if he could provide a stable government with just 113 MLAs. The hunt for allies continued. VCK and left played hardball. And then came another twist that no one saw coming. An unnatural alliance was taking shape. Talks were on between arch-Dravidian rivals, the DMK and AIA-DMK, to stop Vijay from becoming the Chief Minister. Reports suggested the idea of EPS as Chief Minister with DMK outside support was being explored.
Now so many discussions are going on. That is, I cannot say anything now. Everything will due course of time. We hope that good things will happen. My party, my leader you will come back.
Governor has given time until 10th. Okay. Only after that you ask me for Vijay.
Is there a possibility to think of some other plans after that?
We will see. If we have formed the government, what can we do?
By Friday morning, Vijay still didn't have the numbers. There was an active bid to stop him from forming the government. And all TVK MLAs were threatening to resign if that happened. TVK opened back-channel talks with smaller regional forces and left parties. Then came the biggest twist in the tale. By evening, Vijay was back at the governor's house with another letter of support. TVK claimed 120 MLAs. The stage seemed set for swearing in. The governor was still not satisfied. The release of Vijay Sarkar was delayed again.
Live with us from the TVK headquarters. I'm going to wait till we are able to patch him because we need to get a view from the outside of where all of our reporters are bringing together this incredible, meandering political thriller. The TVK's chief, Vijay, remember, has not been seen at all today. There has been speculation that he might call personally on the VCK chief Tol Thirumavalavan today. 4 p.m. is when the VCK is going to put out its statement and make its decision final and clear. What that indicates is that there's a huge amount of muscle flexing, bargaining, negotiating, demands of all kinds before the VCK can take a decision either with the TVK or with the alliance of the AIADMK and the DMK. In the meantime, the suspense obviously continues non-stop. Madhavan Narayanan, we lost that link with you. Go ahead, complete your point.
Yeah, just shared a tweet from Edapadi Ramaswamy that says in the 17th Tamil Nadu Assembly elections, candidates from various parties have contested and emerged victorious. I extend my heartfelt congratulations to the party that will form the government in Tamil Nadu. It seems to signal that ADMK wants to sit out on the sidelines, and therefore there goes the chances of Tol Thirumavalavan becoming chief minister with the support of, say, DMK and ADMK, which was a wild card. Now back to TVK, my own analysis is, let's look beyond the horse trading that is apparent. It almost as if they could do an app, have an app for horse trading here. I have a feeling there's a huge simmering discontent among the masses of Tamil Nadu. I've been watching support for TVK from Kollywood, the Kodambakam film industry, which I consider to be the fifth estate of Tamil Nadu, like the fourth estate. It's got a huge following. And with this mandate, I expect a Jallikattu-like protest, for the protest that took place for the, bull taming game, and resembling Sri Lanka and Nepal uprising, the way things are, because the kind of moral bankruptcy shown by some of the smaller parties in leveling accusations against the deputant party is appalling. I want to shift from my analytics mode to a commentary mode, because this does sound, even by the standards of Haryana that I'm used to, the Ayaram Gairam politics, this is a little too much given the tiddly-widdly numbers they have there. So I have a feeling we are heading for a powerful speech from Vijay if VCK doesn't support him by 4 p.m. today. And this is a game of one-upmanship in which the DMK is very cleverly trying to pull strings from the back. That is evident. DMK doesn't seem to have even explicitly talked about the governor, which is quite surprising. I thought he was trying to play the game to corner the governor, but it looks like Stalin and DMK, look at all their various statements from party cadres, not only against Congress, but even, symbolically trying to show that they are still calling the shots. So I have a feeling they're waiting for Vijay to make a fool of himself.
This theme of the DMK's role, MK Stalin's role, is a very interesting one, Madhavan, which I want to explore in just a little bit more detail. Before I come to you, and I did have a question on that specifically for you as well, because it is very clear that contrary to the kind of sober, detached role that MK Stalin is playing, it does seem like there is power play and strings being pulled from the DMK leadership side as well. That appears beyond speculation at this point of time. I quickly want to get a word in from Deepak Bopanna, who's at the TVK headquarters. Deepak, all eyes on the TVK now. It comes down to that, but it is also very clear that the AIA-DMK alliance is still very much in play. This isn't over yet, Deepak.
Well, we all wish it was over, isn't it, Shiv? And as far as the TVK supporters go, they also want to get this done and over with as soon as possible. The firecrackers, the laddus, yesterday, it didn't mean anything when they came back this morning, and again the suspense was building, and told Tirumavalan is having the bargain of his lifetime, which is giving these chaps here, a jittery, day. And you can see all of them who've been let into the party office right now. They are behaving as if this is a museum and they've entered a temple. Everyone is out here taking selfies in different parts of the office. Some of them near the campaign vehicles, some of them are near the bus, and some of them here near the poster of Vijay. So different people, different moods, but again, there are no firecrackers now, there are no laddus, but at this point in time, that particular post by EPS, which is coming several days after the results, is an indicator that probably right now he has conceded. And it all depends on what the TVK has really offered to Tol Tirumavalan, because many of the sources in the TVK suggested they were not willing to give away the Deputy Chief Minister's post, which of course made him also really feel the waters at the EPS and the DMK alliance. But right now, it looks like by this evening, things will settle down, and once again, there could be celebrations at the TVK office.
Yeah. All right, Deepak, I'll come back to you in just a bit. I'm going to take a break, but as our viewers can see, Chennai is getting a very, very welcome wash of rain. The city is, is completely drenched. The rain is actually getting a little heavier, but that's not going to stop us from reporting on the Game of Thrones here in Chennai. So come right back after this break. We're edging a little nearer to a decision. Will the VCK delay it beyond 4 p.m.? We don't know. They've just said 4 p.m. is when they'll take their decision. All we can say is that the level of cynical power play that's taking place right now is beyond anything that Tamil Nadu has ever experienced before. The big story continues on the other side with me right here on NDTV. Stay with us.
Lines up this suspense.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
Where the software engineer with a big idea meets the smart market analyst, meets the cool UI UX designer, meets the gifted content writer, meets the talented photographer, to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Like a dream come true, you make me rise with you. In the sky of our own, feels like gravity is gone.
Feels like summer. Monte Carlo, it's the way you make me feel.
The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindhu.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live, unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Center.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area. North Ukraine and France in Italy. At Srinagar. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा। सबका राजा आरती और मसाला। Like a dream come true, you make me rise with you. In the sky of our own, feels like gravity is gone.
Feels like summer. Monte Carlo, it's the way you make me feel.
Where the software engineer meets the gifted content writer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University.
आपने तो दीदी को एकदम धो डाला।
इसमें जनता का जीत है, मोदी जी का जीत है।
आज के की खाबेन झालमुड़ी ना माछेर झोल।
How will you celebrate?
झालमुड़ी माछेर झोल with रसगुल्ला।
You know, you remember you promised me that you will come to Kabini and do an interview with me. You like going to the forest?
This is a declaration of our state that to the entire country that our Kerala is secular.
ये विषय बंगाल की जनता के विशेष करके मातृशक्ति की।
One clip that went most viral was the non-interview. Cruz spent some time with him. We have these whistles out for you, and the whistles are for the fact that you got the poll right, which is quite fantastic.
We saw you campaigning, ma'am, for the RG Kaur victim's mother as well. You know, that was a telling moment. Do you believe that that incident in some ways was a tipping point?
I think that was not the only incident.
তবে পরাণ খুলে তুই মুখ ফুটে তোর মনের কথা একলা বলো রে যদি তোর ডাক শুনে কেউ না আসে তবে একলা চলো রে
मीठा या नमकीन चाहे जैसे खाओ 100% सूजी से बनी आर प्योर वर्मिसेली स्वादिष्ट सेहतमंद हर रोज।
Like a dream come true, you make me rise with you. In the sky of our own, feels like gravity is gone.
Feels like summer. Monte Carlo, it's the way you make me feel.
Where the software engineer meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University.
Launch control 0 to 100.
This isn't just about cars and bikes. This is about how you move. This car makes no sense, yet it makes every sense. What we are sitting inside is a Joby-powered air taxi. Your friend said, "Ye le le." We said, maybe not. Hi, my name is Siddharth Sharma. I'm your NDTV Automate, your ultimate guide into the world of automobiles and mobility.
What is in your letter? What is in your letter here?
Support to AADMK to form the new government with Edappadi K. Palanichami as the Chief Minister. This was the letter. As General Secretary, I signed, and my MLA,
Yeah.
Mannargudi MLA, Kamaraj also signed. And my secretary went and got it signed around 6:30. When he was coming back from Pondicherry, I saw in the TVs that he has given a letter in support of DVK. I got shocked. So immediately I called the Honorable Governor's office. I got the appointment. I came and gave the letter.
Hello and welcome back. Meanwhile, Google's Trends has shown some very interesting data around the Tamil Nadu pot boiler. Searches for the TVK rose sharply during polling and result day. Google Trends measures search interest on a scale of 1 to 100, where 100 represents the peak level of search activity for a given term, and low values indicate comparatively lesser search. The trend rose on polling day and reached its highest point on the result day, both in Tamil Nadu and across the nation. In fact, in Tamil Nadu, Google Trends data for the period from April 8 to May 8, 2026 shows that search interest for Vijay was highest in Tirupatpur, where recorded a score of 100 on the scale. Kovilapatti followed with a search score of 71, while Mayiladuthurai and Karakudi both recorded search interest at 59. And now slipping into a short break, but news and bulletins on the political thriller and the Game of Thrones in Tamil Nadu continues here on NDTV. Keep watching.
Economy, business, world, technology. Noise filtered, numbers.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Where the software engineer with a big idea meets the smart market analyst, meets the cool UI UX designer, meets the gifted content writer, meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
Like a dream come true, you make me rise with you. In the sky of our own, feels like gravity is gone.
Feels like summer. Monte Carlo, it's the way you make me feel.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day. The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindhu.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live, unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Center.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area. North Ukraine and France in Italy. At Srinagar. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा। सबका राजा और मसाला। Like a dream come true, you make me rise with you. In the sky of our own, feels like gravity is gone.
Feels like summer. Monte Carlo, it's the way you make me feel.
Where the software engineer meets the cool UI UX designer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University.
आपने तो दीदी को एकदम धो डाला.
इसमें जनता का जीत है, मोदी जी का जीत है.
आज के की खाबेन झालमुड़ी ना माछेर झोल.
How will you celebrate?
झालमुड़ी माছের ঝোল with রসগোল্লা.
You know, you remember you promised me that you will come to Kabini and do an interview with me. You like going to the forest?
This is a declaration of our state that to the entire country that our Kerala is secular.
ये विजय बंगाल की जनता के विशेष करके मातृशक्ति की.
One clip that went most viral was the non-interview. Cruz spent some time with him. We have these whistles out for you, and the whistles are for the fact that you got the poll right, which is quite fantastic.
We saw you campaigning, ma'am, for the RG Kaur victim's mother as well. You know, that was a telling moment. Do you believe that that incident in some ways was a tipping point?
I think that Shiv was not the only incident.
তবে পরাণ খুলে তুই মুখ ফুটে তোর মনের কথা একলা বলো রে যদি তোর ডাক শুনে কেউ না আসে তবে একলা চলো রে
मीठा या नमकीन, चाहे जैसे खाओ, 100% सूजी से बनी आर प्योर वर्मिसेली, स्वादिष्ट, सेहतमंद, हर रोज.
Like a dream come true, you make me rise with you. In the sky of our own, feels like gravity is gone.
Feels like summer. Monte Carlo, it's the way you make me feel.
Where the software engineer meets the gifted content writer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University.
Launch control 0 to 100.
This isn't just about cars and bikes. This is
Hello and good afternoon. You're watching NDTV and I am Aditya Raj Kaul. There is a new chief minister and a new government in West Bengal, but the political thriller continues in Tamil Nadu. On this bulletin and through the day on NDTV, we focus on the latest developments, but the top headlines at this hour first. Suspense over Tamil Nadu's power thriller continues as Vijay's Sarkar dream hits another roadblock. With alliance arithmetic refusing to fall into place, all eyes on the VCK briefing around 4 p.m. Tamil Nadu numbers game gets messier. TTV Dinakaran questions TVK's support letter, flags for support. TVK denies charge, releases video of AMMK MLA, says MLA Kamraj backed TVK voluntarily. History unfolds in Bengal as Suvendu Adhikari takes oath as the state's first ever BJP chief minister, marking the end of 15 years of Trinamool rule. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Home Minister Amit Shah and other top NDA leaders attended the mega swearing-in ceremony. Suvendu Adhikari takes oath along with 5 brand new ministers. Dilip Ghosh, Angamitra Paul, Khodiram Turu join the Suvendu cabinet. The Suvendu cabinet includes representation of Mahila, Matua, Rajbanshi, tribal and OBC communities as part of BJP's wider social outreach push. Kerala Congress politics heads into death over tonight with the Satishan versus Venugopal showdown delaying the big chief minister decision. Name of the new chief minister to be announced later today. And the Government of India has appointed Lieutenant General N.S. Raja Subramani as the Chief of the Defence Staff to also serve as Secretary of the Department of Military Affairs, current CDS Anil Chauhan, to complete his tenure on the May 30th this year. Vice Admiral Krishna Swaminathan has been appointed as the Chief of the Naval Staff. And this is a big political suspense around the new Vijay Sarkar in Tamil Nadu. Will it be possible? How will it be possible? But Vijay Sarkar suspense continues. VCK briefing on the TVK support has now been delayed. We are being told that it will happen at around 4 p.m. this afternoon. The VCK is going to clear stand at 4 p.m. The delay, as one VCK MLA is still en route Chennai. He's on his way to Chennai and that's why this delay has taken taking place. That's the latest we are picking up on this big political thriller taking shape in Tamil Nadu. VCK wants both the signatures on the letter. So that's what we are picking up at this hour. We will have, in fact, some reporters joining us. And Vijay and Sam Daniel, our bureau chief, are joining us on this big story. Sam, to you first. What's the latest that you're picking up on this? At 4 p.m, finally, will we have the mystery resolved around this Game of Thrones? Or still there is a lot of mystery around who really will form the government?
Well, to begin with, we come to you from outside the house of EPS, the AIADMK chief, where all the MLA elected candidates who returned from Puducherry after staying in the resort there for a few days, the meeting just got over and EPS has shared on X platform congratulating the government that's going to be formed in Tamil Nadu without mentioning any name. And this comes as TVK aims to get the support of the crucial VCK that has 2 MLAs, and only when VCK supports them during a press conference, possibly at 4 in the evening, then with that letter of support, TVK will be able to touch that magical number 118 and stake claim to form the government, after which we can expect the Lok Bhavan to invite Vijay to form the government. But there could be still twists and turns. Remember, last night, AMMK chief Dinakaran had met the governor, gave a complaint that the TVK had forged the signature of his MLA as if he is supporting TVK to form the government. We don't know what's the response of the Raj Bhavan going to be. TVK, the AMMK has asked the governor to investigate this and also to investigate the other letters of support from other parties. So now all eyes will be on what VCK chief Tiruma Valaman had to say at 4 o'clock. If he supports, then the decks are technically clear for the governor to invite TVK chief Vijay to form the government. Now, on the other hand, for quite some time there have been attempts by the 2 Dravidian arch-rivals to put in place a larger coalition of the 2 Dravidian parties, hoping to make Edappadi Palaniswamy the chief minister with support by the DMK from outside, saying that they're doing this only if TVK is unable to form the government and doing this for the sake of the state. There was some movement towards that this morning from last night, in fact, that VCK chief Tiruma Valavan is asking him to be declared as the chief ministerial face for that attempt, and then he'll be willing to support them.
Right.
The delay by VCK, is it to facilitate that, or is it because of genuine issues in his MLAs coming back to Chennai? That's something we'll have to wait and watch, but all eyes will be on what he would have to say at 4 in the evening.
All right, Sam Daniel getting us the latest report. He's reporting, of course, from the AIADMK camp. Of course, the Game of Thrones really continues out here. We still do not have a final verdict on who really has the numbers to form the government. Vijay also joining us live. Vijay, what's likely to take place at 4 p.m? Do we expect VCK really formally to announce support for Vijay and form the government under leadership of Vijay, or is the bargaining really going to continue very hard?
Aditya, well, only 4 p.m. we will get a clear-cut information, because from last evening we have been getting many twists and turns in Tamil Nadu politics. It was said to be after TVK chief Vijay, after meeting CPI and CPM leaders, TVK chief Vijay was scheduled to meet VCK chief Tiruma Valavan also. And also remember, a few days before, on various occasions and various briefings, VCK chief Tiruma Valavan made it clear, if left parties chose to support TVK, definitely VCK will also take the similar decision and will follow the footsteps of left parties. But all of a sudden, they were bargaining and they were delay in getting support from Vidudalai Sirthigal Katchi. But there were no official announcement. Still, we were expecting some kind of press brief around 10 a.m. at headquarters, but it got delayed. And also now but hearing that huge crowd gathered, take it TVK supporters and VCK supporters all gathered here, and police deployment security briefed up here at the TVK headquarters, and police asked VCK to announce it officially because there were huge crowd expecting Vijay's visit also here. And finally VCK spokesperson made it clear only by 4 p.m. VCK Chief Thirumavalavan to officially announce whether they are extending support or not. But it is not clear. But we spoke with various cadre here. They are all very optimistic in expressing support to Tamil Nadu because they are saying they don't have any other option also. So to stable government and to help the one party to form government, now VCK has to take some crucial decision. That's the now all eyes on VCK. What would be his Thirumavalavan decision? We even spoke with SS Balaji, who is a senior leader of VCK. He also said by 4 p.m. everything will be clear. Aditya.
All right, Vijay and San Daniel getting us the latest from Tamil Nadu. Of course, this is getting very, very interesting, but also very intriguing. Who really will have the numbers? Who really will form the government? Get the latest from Shivarur and the entire NDTV team that's reporting from down there. But 4 p.m. certainly will be when we get the real numbers out there. As of now, of course, the Vijay Sarkar continues to be stalled and the government formation is playing out like an episode of the Game of Thrones spa play. Suspense, twists and turns continue. Vijay's path to the Chief Minister's chair hinges on the VCK. That has 2 MLAs as of now. The VCK's support will take the TVK to the magic number of 118 that is needed to form the government, the new government in Tamil Nadu. The VCK is keeping Tamil Nadu on the edge, saying that it will reveal its stand only at 4 p.m. today. Meanwhile, the buzz around the unnatural alliance of the AIA-DMK and the DMK coming together also continues to swell. Sources have told NDTV that AIA-DMK is still in talks with the DMK to in fact stop Vijay from forming the government. The two parties have explored the idea of VCK chief as the chief minister. But EPS is not on board with this idea. Let's listen into these reactions that we are picking up.
He should have first tried with the other political parties, sought their support and then given a letter. But he is approaching the governor without a majority. How will he call? That is the problem. When their MLA is not supporting him, why should he give such a letter to the governor? That's wrong. No, let them prove it in the court. There is a case, there is a complaint filed, no? Let it go. Let us, we cannot comment on all these things, Let us see what happens in when the police investigates the complaint.
Verdict of the people is very, very clear. They voted out the incumbent government. They did not give approval to the opposition. They almost elected a new party. He wanted to know how Mr. Vijay is going to prove his majority. With all humility, we would like to say that is none of the business of the governor. It is not anywhere else, not in Raj Bhavan or present Lok Bhavan, where the strength of a party or coalition is to be tested. It should be on the floor of the house.
We didn't support anybody. We didn't give any letter to anybody. This is just a room. We are continuing with the alliance leadership of DMK.
Can you confirm no support for TBK then?
No. There is no question about that. We are continuing with the DMK alliance.
TVK is the single largest party. It needs 6 MLAs, 2 from the government, and CPI, CPM, VCK 6 MLAs. We have given our support. It is our democratic duty. This is people democracy. We will stand with democracy.
Tomorrow morning by 11 o'clock, swearing is going to take place in this stadium. So the invitation, other things will be sent before that. When we have given the letter in support of that, with that support, he went to the governor, and governor has asked him to form the ministry. Swearing will be taken tomorrow morning. So after that, immediately he came to our office, CPI office, to convey his thanks for our support.
All right, that's the latest that we are getting us on this entire suspense that unfolds in Tamil Nadu. Of course, there are multiple speculations being made, several theories out there, and we've been relentlessly reporting on those here on NDTV. At 4 p.m., the VCK will come out, in fact, and say whether they are going to support the TVK to form the government under the leadership of Vijay. And there is this other theory of DMK and AIDMK alliance to really come out. This reminds me of the time when in Jammu and Kashmir, a North Pole and a South Pole alliance happened between the PDP and the BJP. Will it happen also in the south of the country? Will DMK and the AIDMK be so desperate to really come up with the numbers? Because as of now, around 106 is the number that DMK and AIDMK can come together with. With additional support, they could move it a little further. But as of now, certainly the mystery remains on who really will form the government. Now, a forgery bombshell has exploded in Tamil Nadu, with AMMK alleging that the TVK forged its letter of support. AMMK chief and Sasikala's nephew, TTV Dinakaran, who is part of the NDA in Tamil Nadu, has claimed that the letter that the TVK presented to the governor was AI generated. He has also accused Vijay and his party of being arrogant and full of hatred. In response, TVK has released a video of AMMK MLA Kamraj signing a letter. The MLA himself, though, has denied the claim. MMK now has filed a police complaint against the TVK. Let's listen in.
Mr. Dinakaran, first question to you. You said the letter is forged. It is an AI video. Are you trying to say that Vijay or any of his party members have not reached out to you?
No, I have not met any of them. Long back I have met, before the elections, I met Senkotayan because he was our old friend. Last year, September, I met Mr. Arun Raju only once. That's all. He came to my home and met me around September 15th or something. That's all. Only once I met. After that, I never met anybody from TVK. The Indian Union Muslim League, one MLA reference, they have denied that we never have given. What is this?
Without any consultations, this is happening.
Yes, he has given a letter. That is also they also told that we didn't give any letter.
Any consideration that could be done because he still needs 2 numbers? Nothing.
If he doesn't form, it is good for our state.
All right, TTV Dinakaran clearly denying that there was any kind of a letter that was issued. This is leading to a big political controversy in Tamil Nadu as we are now waiting for the VCK to in fact come out with a statement, a press conference at around 4 p.m. to clear their stand to actually indicate whether they are going to support Vijay to form the first ever TVK government in Tamil Nadu that will be non-DMK, non-AIDMK for the first time. But certainly a lot of questions being raised on that letter and a police complaint also being filed, clearly indicative of the fact how there are desperation really in forming the government in various camps all across Tamil Nadu. Remember, Vijay of TVK has certainly met the governor 3 times already to stake claim to the government, but the numbers, the magic figure is still not clear. Vijay from NDTV joins us from Tamil Nadu. Vijay, what's the latest that you're picking up when it comes to not just the VCK, but TTV Dinakaran, really in this kind of a huge political controversy saying that the letter was forged and a police complaint also being filed? Desperation in several political camps to form the government?
Well, that's right, Aditya. Yesterday, there was a TTV Dinakaran actually was not under media maintenance after election results, but all of a sudden yesterday he came without any scheduled. All of a sudden he came to Lok Bhavan where he had met Tamil Nadu governor also, and after that he gave a press brief saying that one of his MLA was allegedly kidnapped by the Tamalaga Vetri Kalagam, and they used forged signature of his supporter, his MLA, and stake claim to form the government. TVK, he had revealed big allegations against the Tamalaga Vetri Kalagam. But however, TVK also released a video saying that with the MLA with his approval only gave support to Tamalaga Vetri Kalagam. But however, today also he gave a detailed press brief saying that TVK deliberately doing this they are involving in kind of harsh bargaining or trading, poaching many MLAs from other parties. So this was big allegation from TTV Dinakaran. And also very interestingly, TTV Dinakaran also writes to Tamil Nadu government, Tamil Nadu governor, asking he should call Edappadi K. Palaniswamy to stake claim to form the government. So this was very interesting development. But however, as far as numbers are concerned, as of now, TVK has that absolute majority. If VCK extended their support officially, then TVK has that edge to absolute majority number to form the government. We have to wait and see now. All decision is with Thirumavalavan only. With this decision only, we can clearly predict what would be happening next.
All right, Vijay, stay with us. Sam Daniel also joining us live from EPS residence. Sam, on one hand, we have this letter controversy where the TVK says that TTV Dinakaran is spreading fake news. On the other, there is this new wild theory that I'm interested to ask you on this question about a DMK, AIDMK possible alliance. Is this really possible, or is this just kite flying taking place? Because this reminds me of what happened in Jammu and Kashmir, a North Pole, South Pole alliance between BJP and PDP taking place, and now speculation about DMK and AIDMK. Is it just kite flying or some real talks taking place?
This would have been normally impossible, but this time both these Dravidian arch rivals have suffered defeat, and a new player, Actor Vijay, has taken over. In the sense, his party, the TVK, has emerged the single largest party. Although he could not muster a simple majority, he's trying to make it by roping in a few smaller parties who have been so far the DMK's allies. This evening, we should know whether TVK will be able to muster that magic number, and will the governor be able to call him to form the government. On the other hand, the key of the DMK and the AIDMK, which have come to the second and third place now, sources say are trying to forge an alliance in the event of TVK's failure to form the government, and they're going to make it appear that they are coming together only for the sake of Tamil Nadu's growth and political stability in the state, only because TVK was not able to form the government. Nobody from the DMK speaks on record, nobody from AIDMK speaks on record, but off record from both these sides, this is the contour that's emerging, for which now VCK's support is crucial. And earlier, the model was EPS will stake claim to form the government, and the DMK will support this from outside, and all the allies of the DMK and AIDMK will be given cabinet berths so that there will be government in place. AIDMK, which was suffering a series of electoral defeats, 4 elections in fact, will be able to steer the party towards some kind of being in power.
All right, Sam, sorry to cut you
that
short here, but we have some breaking news coming on NDTV at this hour. And this is about Tamil Nadu Game of Thrones. And now NDTV is picking up that resort politics has taken the center stage in Tamil Nadu. TVK MLAs lodged at the Mamalapuram resort. TVK MLAs camp at the resort over poaching fears. Remember, earlier it was the AIADMK that had run to Puducherry, and now TVK MLAs are camping at a resort over poaching fears. We will get across to our reporters in Tamil Nadu to get the latest on this, but this is the big development coming at this hour, that the TVK MLAs are camping at a resort over poaching fears, really, as the mystery around the Tamil Nadu politics and the new government formation really continues. Sam Daniel continues to be with us. Sam, what is the latest that you're picking up? Earlier AIADMK and now TVK also fears poaching and has shifted most of its MLAs to this particular resort.
Well, this is not a new development from day one. In fact, the TVK has been using this resort as their second home for all their meetings, conferences and large gatherings. And from day one, before Vijay staked claim to form the government, he had asked all the MLAs to move there. Their argument was, they're all ordinary people coming from many different areas across Tamil Nadu, and this will be one place where they can be easily met and spoken to. It's in that context they said they've been housing all their MLAs there. It's not because of poaching. They say the party is pretty sure that they are non-purchasable in that sense and nobody can be poached. But yes, technically they are in a resort, and you can say that perhaps the party is also protecting its MLAs from being poached by other parties who could use them to muster courage. But from day one, the party has been denying that it's herding them in such a place, but it's only for convenience. And they also cited how from day one, the party has been using this resort as its second home for all its meetings, conventions and conferences from day one.
Sam getting us the official version of the TVK as well. As the resort politics takes center stage, there are TVK MLAs that are also lodged already inside a resort where in Mamlapuram there are meetings that are taking place. Vijay also continues to join us live. You know, this entire Game of Thrones is very, very interesting of how all these MLAs are kept close to the leadership, enclosed in such structures out there because there are fears of poaching taking place. Vijay, what are you picking up, especially when it comes to AIDMK and TVK? You know, the MLAs have been kept in separate enclosures, in separate buildings in different areas because there could be possible attempts at poaching, but still not clear who really has the numbers, and it's only possibly going to be clearer by this evening.
Well, not only AIDMK and Tamalaga Vettrikalagam, even Congress MLAs were shifted to a private resort at Hyderabad. Even we spoke with one of the Congress senior leader. I had said that many Congress MLAs, 4 Congress MLAs were approached with a huge sum of money and also illegal cabinet berths. So to avoid that, to respect people's mandate and to make it TVK to form the government, we had made that arrangement. So this was told by a Congress senior leader to NDTV through a phone. And even TVK, like Sam was mentioning, from day one, they have been keeping all their MLAs in a resort, which is at Mahabalipuram. Even parties, various events, which usually happens at the same location only. So we even spoke with many TVK leaders. They are denying resort type politics because they are very much pretty confident, saying that TVK MLAs can be unable to buy any abroad. So these are all the points put forward by Tamalaga Vettrikalagam. But however, ADMK also, we saw for past 3 days what exactly happened. ADMK MLAs were shifted to a private resort at Puducherry because of fearing Sengoten. But even ADMK gave clarification saying that they're just taking break from Chennai. They are staying at a Puducherry and all is clear in ADMK. Even we saw Edapadi Palaniswamy himself traveling from Chennai to Puducherry for a private resort and held a meeting with all of his newly elected MLAs. So all parties are a bit cautious to avoid any kind of last minute confusion because numbers going to play a very crucial role right now. We are just waiting for 2 MLAs going to take the decision who going to rule the Tamil Nadu for next 5 years. So all parties are a bit cautious, so they are making such arrangements, Aditya.
All right. People being cautious, political parties, very, very cautious, taking every step very, very carefully in Tamil Nadu. But there's some breaking news again coming in here on NDTV this Saturday afternoon. Big scoop on the Tamil Nadu Game of Thrones. Sources are now telling NDTV that Stalin greenlights VCK, TVK, this new tie-up. Negotiations in final stages, that's what we are being told. AIADMK rejects VCK chief as chief minister and the proposal of AIADMK completely rejecting any proposal of Thiruma as the chief minister. Stalin gives go-ahead to VCK joining the TVK alliance, and negotiations are at a final stage on the cabinet. This is the latest that we are picking up. Vijay continues to join us on this big scoop. Vijay, what's the latest that you're picking up on this? What Stalin is now saying, sources indicating that Stalin has given a green light to a VCK-TVK partnership.
it was an official post from DMK IT wing where they had posted. First, they have criticized Tamalaga Vetri Kalagam, saying that even after MK Stalin clarification, saying that new governor should take steps to allow formation of new government. Why governor is delaying? Why TVK is silent over governor delay, and also why TVK is not voicing out BJP? This was asked by DMK IT wing, and also they have quoted one important statement where he had said that MK Stalin called all alliance leaders, and he had conveyed to alliance leaders saying that I will support whatever decision you take, which means MK Stalin has conveyed to allies saying that CPI, CPM and VCK, whatever decision they take, they have their own decision, so they can take on their own decision. Their party function is DMK will support that. So this is a big statement from DMK, and even before that MK Stalin also gave clarification saying that DMK won't create any hurdle or disturbance for newly elected government, that is for TVK for almost for next 6 months, but they will criticize after 6 months. So DMK is pretty much giving space for TVK, but there are other speculation also. On other hand, with CPM leaders' statements where they are saying that there were speculation over DMK and the ADMK alliance also, but
Right.
all our speculation now officially we have information with the MK Stalin post saying that they will support newly formed government.
All right, a lot of speculations. Vijay and Sam Daniel, thank you very much for joining us here on NDTV on the latest on the Tamil Nadu political thriller. And this will possibly become clearer at 4 p.m. when the VCK does a press conference. But for now, we are slipping into a short break. News and bulletins continue. Suspense over Tamil Nadu's power thriller continues as Vijay's Sarkar dream hits another roadblock, with the alliance arithmetic refusing to fall into place. All eyes on the VCK briefing around 4 p.m.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Where the software engineer with a big idea meets the smart market analyst, meets the cool UI UX designer, meets the gifted content writer, meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
Like a dream come true, you make me rise with you. In the sky of our own, feels like gravity is gone.
feels like summer Monte Carlo it's the way you make me feel
The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindhu.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live. Unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Centre.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area. North Ukraine. In France. In Italy. At Srinagar. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा। सबका राजा आरती और मसाला। Like a dream come true, you make me rise with you. In the sky of our own, feels like gravity is gone.
feels like summer Monte Carlo it's the way you make me feel
Economy, business, world, technology. Noise filtered, numbers decoded.
Insights that rewire your worldview. From governance to growth, we connect the dots. Your daily edge, your global advantage. India Business Report with me, Gauri Dwivedi, weeknights on NDTV Profit.
मीठा या नमकीन, चाहे जैसे खाओ, 100% सूजी से बनी आर प्योर वर्मिसेली, स्वादिष्ट, सेहतमंद, हर रोज।
Like a dream come true, you make me rise with you. In the sky of our own, feels like gravity is gone.
Feels like summer. Monte Carlo, it's the way you make me feel.
Where the software engineer meets the cool UI UX designer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University.
Launch control 0 to 100.
This isn't just about cars and bikes, this is about how you move. This car makes no sense, yet it makes every sense. What we are sitting inside is a Joby-powered air taxi. Your friend said, "Ye le le." We said, maybe not. Hi, my name is Siddharth Sharma. I'm your NDTV Automate, your ultimate guide into the world of automobiles and mobility.
India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
The results with the BJP winning more than 200 seats clearly answer those questions. Our teams on the ground, in the studios, in the newsroom, will keep tracking every twist. We try to stay away from the noise, try to use the election analytics to bring the coverage together for you. 90% voting is not common. That's 140 elections with less than 70%. Suvendu Adhikari leading at this moment. 5 states, 824 assembly seats, an election that fell.
The growing burden of cancer places it among the most pressing public health challenges. It is no longer a concern confined to specialized clinical settings. It is a broader society issue that touches families, communities, and healthcare systems. Addressing it requires not only advanced treatment, but also early detection, awareness, and sustained public health engagement. Institutions such as Fortis Healthcare, supported by global networks like IHH Healthcare, play an important role in strengthening this continuum. Their work reflects how integrated health systems, combining clinical expertise, diagnostics, research, and patient-centered approaches, can contribute to a more reliable and accessible care. In a field as complex as oncology, trust in institutions become a critical factor, both for patients and for the wider healthcare ecosystem. The challenge is complex, but so too is the collective expertise gathered here this evening. I extend my best wishes for the success of this summit and for the discussions that will follow. I am confident that the insight and ideas emerging from this platform will contribute meaningfully to advancing cancer care in India and beyond.
Welcome to the Fortis Cancer Summit 2026. Today our panel is Reimagining Cancer Care, Precision, Progress, and the Next Frontier. And today we bring together diverse voices, leaders from healthcare and science to investment and patient advocacy, to explore the many dimensions of cancer care. Before we begin, let me introduce our panelists. Joining me is Dr. Prem Nair, Group CEO, IHH Healthcare. Also joining us is Dr. Amit Verma, co-founder and managing partner, Quadria Capital. I would also like to introduce Dr. Anurag Agarwal, Dean Biosciences and Health Research, Ashoka University. And joining us is Ms. Jyotsna Govil, Chairperson, India Cancer Society, Delhi. A big round of applause as the India Cancer Society completes 75 years today. Thank you so much for joining us, I think, on this very, very critical conversation. And, hats off to Fortis for the Cancer Summit 2026. But before we begin, can we please hear the message from actor Sharmila Tagore? Unfortunately, she couldn't join us today. So let's hear what she has to say.
Namaskar. And my warmest greetings to all of you gathered at the Fortis Cancer Summit 2026. I speak today not as a specialist, but as one of you, as someone who has watched, like so many Indian families, the shadow of cancer fall upon those we love. And in that shadow, I have come to understand something the statistics cannot fully capture. Cancer today sits at the center of our national conversation about health. It touches the wealthy and the poor alike, the city and the village, the young and the old. And yet, despite extraordinary advances in medicine, despite the dedication of clinicians like so many of you in this room, for the patient and for the family that walks beside them, cancer remains a profound trauma. We must commit ourselves to prevention. We must commit ourselves to early detection. But above all, we must commit ourselves to treatment with a human touch, the kindness of a word, the patience of a listening ear, the assurance that no patient walks this road alone. That, to my mind, is the future of oncology in India. And it is a future I know is in your hands. Thank you. My blessings and very best wishes are with all of you.
That was a very powerful message, I think, for each one of us. But before we begin, I think, I want to start with you, Dr. Nair. We've spoken about cancer care. We heard the Honorable Chief Guest also speak about it. When it comes to precision oncology and increasingly AI-enabled diagnostics, we know that's kind of reshaping cancer care. Could you tell us what does this mean and for how large healthcare systems need to be redesigned, whether it's infrastructure or clinical decision-making?
So, precision oncology and AI. So maybe I'll start with the AI part. We have actually had AI in healthcare for some time now. It's not really very new, but in very specific areas. Yes. And one of the, I would say, the most advanced and implemented at scale is in radiology. Today, in most of the countries that we operate in the hospitals, we have got AI-enabled radiology systems, either by the manufacturers themselves who install AI, or through intermediary companies that will translate a lot of the images into what we call the first read before the radiologist looks at it. So that's already become quite established. And we are now proceeding to do it in many other areas as well. Clinical pathways, for example, is one area where our medical team is working to standardize care, to have certainty of bill sizes, and help in procurement because we buy standardized equipment. So we are beginning to implement it. Our Chief Medical Officer's department is looking at that. So AI certainly is being implemented and at scale as well. Now, precision medicine, precision oncology, on the other hand, I would say while it has been proven, certainly in the area of oncology, for both diagnosis and treatment, I would like to say that it is available, but I would say it's not universally accessible, right, because of costs predominantly.
Dr. Verma, I want to ask you, obviously, investment is key for anything, right? Now, where is capital most actively shaping the future of cancer care today? We want your thoughts on that. Is it diagnostics? Is it drug development? or is it the delivery models?
To specifically answer your question, the emerged world or the rich world runs towards the drug. The emerging nations run towards the infrastructure, hospital, doctors, talent. And in the middle sits diagnostics. And diagnostics, to my mind, as an investor, is where the alpha of our returns are going to get generated, because diagnostics will help us get patients to the drug, and diagnostics will help us get patients to the infrastructure. So depending on a country's journey and cycle, and remember, in India, we will have to keep creating infrastructure for at least the next 10 years before we even make a dent. And I am very, very bullish of the idea of private and public capital coming together to enable us to actually reach the next platform.
Dr. Agarwal, we heard Dr. Nair speak about artificial intelligence in the beginning. Is AI an incremental enabler or a true disruptor when it comes to cancer care? Your thoughts on that?
Thank you very much. Great question. In a time when everybody is talking about AI. Yes. And I'm very conscious I'm sitting in a room with oncologists, including friends like Samir, who saw IBM Watson make claims of making cancer history. And we know how that one went. So what I would say is the answer is somewhere in between. Based on AI's ability to change today's cancer care, the effect is primarily on processes, allowing diagnostics to become better. That's primarily one area it's going to go. Allowing better, efficient utilization, matching the people to the right protocol. But it simply allows us to do what a very good oncologist would do and perhaps make everyone slightly better. Where the real transformation is going to come is going to be in changing the architecture of how cancer treatment works. Ultimately, diagnostics will match a patient to a drug. It will not give you the new drug. Where AI will truly be transformative will be by completely changing the process of drug discovery, in changing the way we look at evidence. And this is an area that needs much more reform, because no matter what we do, currently we do averages-based thinking. The massive amounts of data, individualization, precision care beyond what we think today actually can't be handled by individual humans. It can only be done with AI. And if you look at the last year, we have seen completely AI-driven drug discovery. We have seen recently a paper 2 days ago where AI created new life with completely eliminating one amino acid, isoleucine. We are seeing the type of things that humans simply could not do. And that's where I think the true transformation of cancer care with AI will come.
Jyotsna ji, I would like to come to you here from. We're talking about treatment, the other three panelists, of course, talking about how cancer care is changing, right? What can be done? But from the preventive aspect, I want your thoughts here. Do you feel awareness and prevention is still taking a back seat?
So we as Indian Cancer Society, and I give credit to Dr. Jassawala, who was our founder, as you said, 75 years ago. I give him full credit for understanding that he could keep operating, he could keep working on patients, but nothing would improve until awareness was built and screening systems were provided. That is what we have concentrated on for 75 years. I listen to everybody. I know that you all have big operations, and our little place in Babar Road is a tiny blip on your horizon. But I request that you come and see what we do, because we are working at the grassroots. So if Muhammad didn't come to the mountain went to Muhammad.
Yes.
We go out to the boondocks around the NCR. We are sponsored because we can only do as much as we get. We are sponsored and we take screening out to them. Our detection center is in Babar Road, but every weekend we go to some place outside and offer that screening. As for awareness, we have gone from print awareness. We still do community conversations. We now have moved to digital information. We have a presence right across India in a faculty development program, in our own cancer fundamentals on the Swayam platform, and we have an app which we call Rise Against Cancer. I'm pretty sure none of you have seen it.
Well, thank you for sharing what all the Cancer Society has been doing. 75 years is a long journey, and like you rightly said, making sure, reaching out to the ones who need it the most. Can we please have a big round of applause for what the Indian Cancer Society has been doing and ensuring that, at least a step towards prevention. Thank you so much for sharing that. Dr. Nair, I'm coming back to where you had stopped. You had said accessibility, that big question mark. So it's been, on my mind, and I want to come back to that. Do you believe advanced cancer care, whether it's genomics, whether it's targeted therapy, whether it's immunotherapy, will it remain concentrated in a few, centers of excellence, or can it be democratized, especially if I can ask you for our country, India?
Yeah. So the answer is yes and no. Yes, because if you look at cancer, in most the countries that IHH operates in, oncology was, from a specialty mix viewpoint, it was in the low teens. Cardiac sciences was the biggest, right? Today, oncology has crept up to be in the mid-20s or 30s. So it's become a very, very significant condition. That's the first thing. Secondly, the market has a way of adopting technologies, may not be always at the pace that we want it to, but prices will begin to drop and it makes it more accessible. So I think it will definitely become more accessible, right?
Definitely become more accessible.
And yes, and we are doing, certainly, we are a private healthcare group. We certainly make it a point to ensure that this is available widely across our group.
Yes, I think the whole core reason of doing also this summit is to ensure that no one is left behind. And when you say with so much conviction that, we'll make sure it's accessible, I think that really means a lot. Dr. Verma, again, when we talk about breakthroughs, right, whether, like Dr. Nair also said, when we talk about breakthroughs in immunotherapy, in targeted therapies, are we entering a fundamentally different era of cancer treatment? But I want to ask you again from the investment perspective.
I can boldly proclaim that the era of tumor-specific cancer care is over. The era of needing to know how many breast cancer patients there are, how many thyroid patients there are, is gone, because we've now graduated to platforms. So for the past 5 years now, we are now in a stage, whether it's immunotherapy, it's CAR-T, it is biospecific receptors, ADCs, you name it. They are now frontline therapy. They are no longer viewed as something that is good to have. They have become necessary to have. And there have been three major things that have happened to make this happen. Number one, the breakthrough results, and more importantly with the oncologists in the room, that they have made it part of the daily practice. So that has enabled us to now prove efficacy in patient populations. I think the second big thing that people don't realize is China's growth in this sphere. 25% of all innovation that's taking place in the world, especially in cancer, is coming out of China. And why that has become important is that it has brought down price points to levels that were unimaginable before. And the third, to my mind, which is very, very important as we go through, is the decoupling of pricing in emerging Asia, including India, from Western standards. And this will resonate with everybody in the room. CAR-T therapy anywhere in the world will cost anywhere from around $250,000 to $500,000. We can deliver it from $5,000 to $25,000. And we no longer need to use a Western stereotype to define price.
Dr. Agarwal, how close are we, close are we to making truly personalized cancer care the standard? And also, we've been talking about the progress. Yes, so much progress, so much transformation. But what are the barriers still which you see?
I'll take the last part first. I think the biggest barrier to true precision care is that we don't have the evidence frameworks to determine precision care. Our ways of generating evidence are still about average effects, large trials. To move to precision care the way Amit was describing in immunotherapy, every person having a potentially different cancer with a differently characterizable neoantigen, the use of that person's neoantigen to design a CAR-T construct or something else or an antibody specific to that person will be an entire new framework of evidence generation as well as science. And that's where the AI part that I said about in the previous would come up. And that's where the new biotechnology that is coming up will also come up.
All the stakeholders need to work together to make it even more accessible. Well, thank you for that. Jyotsna ji, of course, we know cancer care is all about people, resilience, and most importantly, hope. And considering the amount of work which you all have done, the India Cancer Society has been doing, what do you think the system is still getting wrong about cancer care?
What is going wrong in cancer care?
Where is the system still going wrong? What are the gaps, especially from a patient and the family's perspective?
Yes, I think for patients and families, the major issue is one, trust. If they don't trust the doctor, they keep shopping around, wasting time, wasting money, and allowing the cancer to grow in the meanwhile. The second thing is that we are a wonderful society for giving advice. People won't listen to their doctors, but they will listen to the neighbor next door who has his or her own theory. It creates doubts where there should be none.
So trust.
The second is to treat the patient with dignity. I'm sorry, but sometimes when you sit across the table with very important, very busy doctors, you don't get the feeling that they're actually listening. So when our volunteers go into those clinics, half the time they're repeating what the doctor has been telling them. It's necessary, and you need the support groups, because we firmly believe that cancer does not start in a hospital and it doesn't end there.
Before we close, quick remarks from all of you. I think it's going to be one simple question for all of you. If you're sitting here 10 years down the line, right, what's that one shift in cancer care you all would want to see? And if that shift doesn't happen, obviously it would be a failure, right?
There was mention of prevention and screening earlier. And I think while we're talking about cancer care, treatments and all that, which are inevitably quite expensive, I think the biggest change that we can make is cancer education, cancer screening. Today, if you screen, I fully agree with Amit, if you pick up things early, I think that's probably the best thing that we can do.
So screening and prevention. Dr. Verma.
I'm going to stick to the 2 points I made. By 2036, 10 years from now, our outcomes, where I am in this geography, should be the same. And I really want the cancer pyramid to inverse, that we are seeing more early stage cancers rather than late stage cancers. If we don't do this, we've failed as a group.
Okay, ensuring that it's equal everywhere, accessibility across the country, great. And of course, comes back to prevention. If you screen it well in time, your cancer is caught early. Dr. Agarwal.
Prevention, but from a different perspective, a better understanding of our immune system that normally clears cancer cells every day. So prevention by better understanding of the preventive aspect of immunology.
Okay, again, so more about your own body immunity, yeah, immunology, okay? Last word to you, ma'am.
I want us to all work together. Don't exclude anyone, any sector, as too expensive, too crowded, too cheap, too ignorant. I think we all have something to contribute. Just work together.
I think working together, that's what Mr. Gore had also said initially. It's each one of our responsibilities to work together, and that's why I think this summit plays such an important role. Thank you all so much for listening so patiently and being so interactive. It's really been a pleasure to have you all on this panel. Thank you all so much for joining us. Thank you.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी every day.
Where the software engineer with a big idea meets the smart market analyst, meets the cool UI UX designer, meets the gifted content writer, meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
Like a dream come true, you make me rise with you. In the sky of our own, feels like gravity is gone.
Feels like summer. Monte Carlo, it's the way you make me feel.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
India's
Great to have you back here on NDTV's rolling coverage of the Chennai Game of Thrones, and what a bunch of twists and turns it is turning out to be right at a time when things were expected to settle down. Remember, it is 2:56 p.m. right now. In just over an hour from now, the VCK, upon whom all leverage, all the power currently resides over whether it will be Vijay who will be the next chief minister, or possibly even the VCK chief himself, according to some speculation of another possibility, has made this one of the political thrillers that will go down in the history books. I'm Shiv Arur. Thanks as always for choosing NDTV to track this incredible unfolding drama from the beautiful state of Tamil Nadu. We're live continuously from here in Chennai on a very, very rainy day, I might add. Let's get you straight to the headlines. Suspense over Tamil Nadu's power thriller continues as Vijay Sarkar dream hits another roadblock. Nail-biting suspense and tension, with alliance arithmetic refusing to fall into place just yet. Will that all change by 4 p.m? All eyes on the VCK's declaration, expected in an hour from now. Tamil Nadu numbers game gets messier. TTV Dinakaran of the AMMK questions the TVK's support letter, says that the letter of support from its one MLA is actually forged. But now the AMMK has hit back, the TVK has hit back, saying that there is a video of the MLA expressing his support. Away from Tamil Nadu, history unfolds in Bengal as Suvendu Adhikari takes oath as the state's first ever BJP chief minister, marking the end of 15 years of Trinamool rule. Prime Minister Modi, Home Minister Shah and other top NDA leaders attend the huge swearing-in ceremony in Kolkata. Suvendu takes oath along with 5 brand new ministers. Dilip Ghosh, Agnimitra Paul and Shudiram Tudu join the Suvendu cabinet. It includes representation from Mahila, Matua, Rajbanshi tribal and OBC communities as part of the BJP's wider social outreach push. Well, the Game of Thrones in Chennai hasn't wound up yet, but there's another Game of Thrones brewing in Kerala, where the Congress's politics is heading into death overs tonight with the VD Satishan versus KC Venugopal showdown for the Chief Minister's chair, delaying a big high command decision. The name of the new Chief Minister is expected to be announced by today. And finally, government appoints Lieutenant General N.S. Raja Subramani as India's next Chief of the Defence Staff, and India's new Navy Chief at the end of this month will be Admiral Krishna Swaminathan. And let's go straight to our big news break at this point here on NDTV. Even as we await a decision from the VCK, sources are telling NDTV that MK Stalin of the DMK has just green-lit the VCK TVK tie-up. That's the big news we're breaking right now. Clearly, MK Stalin of the ousted DMK is still holding many of the strings. He says that he has, we're hearing from sources that Stalin has greenlit a VCK TVK tie-up, and that is likely to be what is announced at 4 p.m. Sources say negotiations are in their final stages. The VCK is still playing hardball and negotiating for the best possible deal for their leader, Tol Tirumavalavan. Sources say the AIADMK has rejected VCK chief as chief minister proposal. The AIADMK under EPS has completely rejected any proposal of Tirumavalavan as chief minister. Therefore, Stalin has given the go-ahead to the VCK joining the TVK alliance. Negotiations are in their final stage. Our political editor, Vasudha Venugopal, is live with us. Lots of things to unpack here, Vasudha, even as we await clarity on the final outcome of this incredible unfolding drama. But MK Stalin apparently has green-lit the TVK VCK handshake, and that is what is likely to be announced later at 4 p.m. We cannot be sure of anything until it finally happens, but apparently all of this has been precipitated, Vasudha, because the AIADMK has said nothing doing to Tol Tirumavalavan, the VCK chief's proposal that he be a chief minister in the event of this unnatural alliance between the two Dravidian parties. Vasudha, what are the details?
That's right, Shiv. In fact, you know, at the center of this Tamil Nadu political churn is a party with just two MLAs. It's VCK, headed by Tirumavalavan. He's known as Tiruma. This is a party that represents the interests of the SC community in Tamil Nadu, and it has been a long-term partner of the DMK. And what I know so far is that while VCK was approached by the TVK a few days ago, VCK has always been quite a challenge for Vijay to deal with, because VCK has always been steadfast in its loyalty to the DMK. Remember, the two MLAs that VCK have now are also in some ways aligned with the DMK's ideology. They're very clear that they didn't want to leave DMK, but Vijay and TVK sources, TVK people have also managed to convince them. And yesterday, VCK did not issue a letter of support, although there were many back-channel talks. We also saw Mallikarjun Kharge, Congress president, reach out to VCK President Tiruma to convince him to be part of the TVK alliance. He kept saying that he wants to think and he will eventually join the TVK alliance, but that letter of support was not given. Today, finally, the MLAs have been asked to come to Chennai, because TVK has also given a letter of a format so that they don't really mess up things, specifically when they go to the governor's office, governor's house yet again. But it was MK Stalin's conversation with VCK chief Tiruma yesterday night that seems to have greenlit the entire approval process. MK Stalin is believed to have told Tirumavalavan to agree with an alliance with the TVK, because MK Stalin is also highly cognizant of the fact that he should not be seen as somebody who's stalling the party TVK from getting that chair, getting to be the chief minister, Vijay getting to be the chief minister, because he believes that will also hurt his party, not just politically but also optically. But what I also hear is, after the AIADMK MLAs came back from Puducherry to Chennai, they also had a meeting. EPS, Shanmugam, Velumani were also there, and EPS has categorically denied any formula, accepting any formula which has Tiruma as the chief minister. So that's where the things stand now. We have to wait and see what the VCK finally decides, Shiv, because the VCK also wants a couple of things, be the deputy chief minister, which now they are denying, and of course Ravi Kumar, the MP from VCK, has also put out this tweet. I'm also hearing that Tiruma might want to also contest Perambur, not Trichy East. He wants to be a northern Tamil Nadu person, right? So that's also one of the negotiations that could be happening, is what some sources have said. That could be one of the seats that Vijay could be leaving to retain the other seat. So there are multiple negotiations going on, and let's not be under any impression that this delay is just some excuse for some MLA coming from Dharmapuri to Dindivanam to Chennai. There are clearly there's clearly hard bargaining that's going on, and that is something that seems to be happening.
Very, very interesting and intriguing that, each minute that passes of a delay in a decision being announced is clearly more evidence of the hardball that is being played by the VCK. Tol Tirumavalavan may have been greenlit or given approval by MK Stalin to go ahead and join the TVK alliance of Vijay. but the very fact that it has been stretched out so much just shows you what kind of incredible negotiating, bargaining, hardball is being played. That is what the sniff of power can do to political parties, and that is what the nature of this game really is. I want to go across to NDTV's Vijay Gopal Muralidharan, who's at the VCK office. All eyes, Vijay, are on that expected briefing that is to take place at 4 p.m. today, or at least an announcement that is to take place at 4 p.m. today. Any delay in that, Vijay, or is it on track?
Clear. Noon there was an announcement officially from BCK saying that either by 4 p.m. there will be a press brief, or at least announcement when the final decision will be taken. So as soon as the announcement out, we saw how the crowd moved towards from the party headquarters. Now the time is around 3:05 p.m. Now again the crowd started to arrive at the VCK headquarters. You see how the crowd started to gather here. So very shortly we'll get a clear picture. Still now, as of now, it is not clear where exactly VCK Chief Thirumavalavan is at. Either he is not at his Velachery residence also. We believe, according to sources, he is staying in some private hotel only. So we'll get a clear picture what could be his decision. But here we spoke with many of TVK and VCK supporters who have gathered here. They are all very optimistic, saying that they are very confident, saying that definitely VCK will come to government. But thanks. There were many demands and confusions over that. We'll get a clear picture only by 4 p.m. Officially.
Okay, so less than 1 hour to go for that clarity, or at least some kind of a statement from the VCK. They are really stretching this out. It is incredible, the amount of speculation that is taking place in the information vacuum as the VCK since early this morning has continuously postponed this press conference under the impression that they've got procedures to follow. They're waiting for their one MLA to come in from Madurai, etc., etc. It is incredible that the speculation has led to the VCK blaming the press also and saying that it is the press that had decided that, or announced that it was going to be 10 a.m. But that's not the case. It had come from inside the VCK itself, and NDTV certainly reports very responsibly. Sam Daniel is our Chennai bureau chief. He joins me live from outside another epicenter of this entire unfolding drama, and that is EPS's residence, the leader of the AIADMK. Sam, we're hearing that EPS put his foot down and said there is no circumstance in which he will agree to Tol Thirumavalavan becoming CM as part of an ADMK-DMK alliance. Can you throw more light on that? What kind of formula was he looking at? That he would be Chief Minister with Tol Thirumavalavan as the Deputy CM, or something else? How, analyze that for us.
Shiv, the larger idea was, if TVK fails to put in place a government, although it has emerged to be the single largest party, it's still short of at least 2 MLAs to be able to secure a majority. And even before that, the 2 Dravidian arch rivals, who otherwise fight tooth and nail, thought of a plan that EPS, the AIADMK chief, would stake claim to form the government, and that will be supported from outside by the DMK. And the allies of both the DMK and the AIADMK would be given ministerial berths. The idea is to keep TVK out, and in this context, now VCK Chief Thirumavalavan, we understand from both AIADMK sources and VCK sources, has demanded that if he has to be part of this, then they should make him the Chief Minister, so that these 2 Dravidian arch rivals could take the line that they have got this to empower a Dalit leader becoming the Chief Minister in Tamil Nadu. And so far, at least EPS has said no to this idea, saying that he cannot work under him as Deputy Chief Minister. And he is open for VCK Chief Thirumavalavan to be his deputy if this model works. The worry also is that
because we've got a fresh piece of breaking news right now that the TVK, the breaking news right now is that the TVK is all set to seek time from the governor for the 5th time. For the fifth time, the TVK is likely to seek a fourth time, I beg your pardon, seek time from the governor. The General Secretary of the TVK is likely to reach out to the governor to seek time and seek an appointment from the governor. This will be the fourth meeting, if indeed that meeting does take place. Vasudha Venugopal is live with us. Vasudha, you're reporting now that the TVK has reached out to the governor seeking time.
That's right. And Shiv, we're not really certain if this is to show the majority numbers or also to clarify a couple of things which the governor has asked. Remember that the TVK is also facing accusations of forgery that seemed to have happened last night with that letter by the AMMK, on AMMK support, and both the MLA of the party and the leader of the party coming out and saying that that's not true. Then there was a video that was subsequently released. It could be to clarify those matters or to also seek an appointment on showing majority. But what we know so far is that time has been sought, and time has been sought for TVK leadership to delegation to meet the governor. We are still waiting to hear from the governor's office as to when this could happen.
Really, Anand. Okay, Vasudha, I want to push that a little further because you've said something very interesting. This could be a meeting being sought by the TVK, if that is actually happening, to clarify on the on the many intriguing threads of this entire unfolding Game of Thrones. I caught TTV Dinakaran here outside the Lok Bhavan last night during my show, where he had dramatically appeared with a letter pledging support to the AIADMK. There are allegations of forgery, like you said, that the TVK might be wanting to clarify. Perhaps, some measure of damage control as well, because the fact of the matter is, Vasudha, as you and I have been reporting from here, that 3 meetings have happened with the governor so far. And in all 3 meetings, the desired outcome for the TVK hasn't happened. So perhaps it wants to get things back on track with the governor before perhaps taking claim.
Absolutely. Cases of forgery can even lead to criminal proceedings, Shiv. They can also lead to an FIR. The TVK is very clear that it did not do anything wrong because they do have visuals and videos of the MLA of AMMK also responding to TVK's request and saying that he wants to join the party willingly. Of course, that video has been dismissed by TTV Dinakaran, the head of the AMMK, as AI generated. So that was something that made a lot of buzz today morning and last night. But it's also created, a bad impression about the TVK as a party that is looking at horse trading. An allegation that's also come up from the opposition side. Now, I also saw AIDMK leaders talk about how it's Vijay's party that's reaching out to certain sections of ADMK and certain sections and the allies of the DMK, including certain
images on air right now of TVK chief Vijay departing from his residence in Neelangarai right now. Do we have any intelligence yet about where Vijay is headed? You had reported earlier today, Vasudha, that the TVK chief Vijay would be meeting the VCK chief Tol Tirumavalavan. Is it possible that he's heading to meet the VCK chief now?
Find out, Lavshish, just give me 10 minutes because there's been so much that happened with TVK and Vijay today, because they're also sorting out cases of these allegations of horse trading. They're also looking at these complaints of forgery. They're also looking at getting those numbers from VCK. That letter of support is extremely important for them because that would put them at 118, which is the number that they need. And they also have to do all of this in the next 2 days. So there's quite a deadline that's hanging on their heads right now. Just give me a few minutes. I'll try to find out as to where Vijay is headed. But it looks like, he could either, the governor, I'm told, could also be leaving for Kerala soon because there's another, Game of Thrones that's happening there in Kerala as well. So I have been told reliably that the governor could also be leaving for Kerala in a few hours from now. So anything that has to happen needs to happen now. 4 p.m. is when we expect a concrete statement from the VCK. After that, we'll have to wait and see how the TVK plans. Right now, where Vijay is going is uncertain. We'll have to wait and see, if we get any more cues.
Okay, Vasudha, I'm going to let you go for the moment so you can make and get us that big update from the TVK and from Vijay's camp as to where he is headed right now. So rapid developments as we get closer to 4 p.m. Viewer, let me summarize that very quickly for you. MK Stalin has apparently greenlit from his end, a tie-up for the VCK with the TVK. EPS has opposed any possibility of the VCK chief becoming chief minister as part of an alternate alliance between the ADMK and the DMK. Vijay has just left his residence, possibly to meet the VCK chief, Tol Tirumavalavan, ahead of an anticipated announcement in an hour from now, or less than an hour from now, that the VCK's support of those two MLAs is going to the TVK, Vijay's party, giving them that number to convince the governor. And the latest news break that the TVK's general secretary is likely to reach out to the governor to sort out some clarifications before potentially staking claim, with all the loose ends tied up and the numbers speaking for themselves. Sam Daniel, our Chennai bureau chief, is live with me. Sam, important movement right now. Vijay has left his residence. We are at the Lok Bhavan right now. What are you hearing right now? Because we do know that it was, like we reported earlier, that Vijay was likely to meet the VCK chief. Could he be headed to the VCK headquarters? Could he be headed to meet Tol Tirumavalavan as we speak? Sam?
Subject to confirmation, my hunch is he may be heading to meet VCK chief Tirumavalavan, Shiv. This was supposed to happen in the morning.
Now, Sam, the VCK has just announced unconditional support to the TVK. That's it. The Chennai Game of Thrones is pretty much done with this. The VCK has just formally announced full and unconditional support to Vijay's TVK, pushing their number tally to 118. It's confirmed, it's official, and now Vijay will be able to seek time from the governor to stake claim once again. It's a dramatic end. That announcement will be made at 4 p.m. But NDTV first, as always, to confirm to you that the Game of Thrones is coming or winding down to an end. All eyes were on the VCK for this unconditional letter of support to the TVK, and after clearance from MK Stalin last night, that is precisely the direction in which it has landed. The VCK has now offered its unconditional support, that is 2 MLAs to the TVK. Sam, confirmation coming in, the VCK is finally with Vijay. The last loose end has been tied up. We're going to get our reporters on priority on this big breaking story, viewer, that the Vijay's number nightmare has ended. Sources are telling us that the VCK has given unconditional support. The 2 VCK MLAs are in the city now, and they are both backing the TVK, and therefore the suspense is all set to end at 4 p.m. when that announcement will be made. As always, you heard it first here on NDTV. The VCK's suspense that they've held the entire state in for the last 48 hours is over, and they are going to be announcing it in just a moment from now. I need Sam, I need Vasudha, I need Veera, I need all of our top editors live with us as quickly as possible as we unfold and unpack this big news break that might be the end of things. Because remember, we've just reported to you that that the TVK is likely to reach out to the governor to seek his time. Will that be to stake claim? The last loose end has perhaps been tied up, but until the VCK actually makes that announcement, there will still be some anxiety. But we can tell you that it is pretty much indicative of the fact that things are over. Let's go to Vijay Gopal, who is at the VCK headquarters right now. Vijay, it's over. Sources telling us that the VCK has decided to back Vijay unconditionally, and that he will be announced at about 4 p.m. today. Vijay, give us the full details.
That's right. As we speak just now, our sources who are part of inside this VCK headquarters confirmed to us saying that VCK chief support to TVK to form the
TVK, one of the top leader, Adav Arjuna, is on his way to meet VCK Chief Tirumavalan outside the Chennai at a private hotel. The meeting is also happening there. And also, as we speak, Vijay also left from his residence from his Veerangarai residence to Patnapakam residence. And what we heard from our sources is very shortly Vijay will be having a discussion with his top functionaries at Patnapakam residence, and also delegates of Tamil Vichikkalagam also to meet Tamil Nadu governor, because there were many confusions regarding IUML and Amma Makkal Munnetra Kalagam support. We heard from our sources TVK will give clarification to over that, and they might meet governor and will give clarification, because TT Vinagaran also some of the huge allegations against TVK. So now TVK might meet likely to meet governor to give clarification, and also TVK Chief Vijay after here officially once VCK announces their support, Vijay might visit here to meet Tirumavalan. So these are all the information we are getting from our sources.
So when is this announcement going to happen, Vijay? It's going to happen at 4 p.m. Will there be any change in that?
Shiv, here arrangements are on full swing. What we heard from our sources is once Adav Arjuna meeting is over with Tirumavalan will start towards his office right here at VCK headquarters, and possibly he might announce officially very shortly. It won't happen exactly 4 p.m. but it is very likely around 4:30 p.m.
Okay. Vasudha Venugopal, our political editor, is also live with us. Vasudha, it seems that the deal is done. Adav Arjuna meeting with Tol Tirumavalan of the VCK at a private hotel. Unconditional support apparently has been communicated, and it will be announced post 4 p.m. Are there going to be any more twists and turns, or is it a done deal, Vasudha?
See, Adav Arjuna meeting Tirumavalan at a private hotel also shows that the deal has almost been sealed, Shiv. But I'm being very cautious about this because so many twists and turns have happened in the last 4 days. But Adav Arjuna is also somebody who's seen us very close to Tirumavalan. They do share a friendship because Adav Arjuna himself was part of VCK earlier. I'm told that Tirumavalan made a lot of demands in the last 2-3 days, but now it's not like he's insisting on a lot of things, and that's been clarified by KC Ravikumar, MP of VCK as well. Right now, he wants to make it clear that he's not going to be taken for granted. He says that his party, his organization is at stake here, and he needs to have autonomy over several things. And he's also bargaining for not just one cabinet post, but also in some ways what is going to be his future like. There are also people who tell me that he could be interested in contesting from one of the seats that Vijay could, leave to retain the other one. There is an expectation that Vijay might retain Perambur and, give up Trichy East, but Tirumavalan would be inclined on fighting from Perambur, which is the Chennai seat. Now, that's something that needs to be discussed. We're not very sure if that's happening, but multiple level bargains have happened. Adav Arjuna and Tirumavalan meeting is also to finalize that particular deal. And after that, I'm told, Vijay could be thanking him in person. And after that, of course, the whole ritual of going to the governor's house and showing those numbers. But this time, let me tell you, Congress party has also intervened, and they've said that they're going to help the TVK draft those letters of support to ensure those, those really, follow procedures and protocols expected in the governor's house. So there's a lot of help that they're getting from legal teams, and this time they do have a format in place. We'll have to wait and see, what kind of conversations take place, or if at the last minute things fall through the cracks and then all of this gets disrupted.
Yeah, because most people are confused about how, a party with 108 seats could meet the governor 3 times and still not be able to get the format, etc. right. Even with the Congress's guidance and support that happened, which is something that's quite perplexing. So 4th time lucky for the TVK is what they will be hoping on. It seems like everything is aligned. The stars are aligned. The VCK has communicated verbally, at least, its full support to Vijay. That announcement will be made post 4 p.m. I share Vasudha's sense of caution on this unfolding drama here in Chennai, because nothing is really over until it's over. Until the last minute demands, haggling, bargaining, hardball are definitely part of the state of play, and therefore we'll have to wait until Tol Tirumavalavan, who has swung between demand to be Chief Minister in one alliance to settling for something much smaller in another alliance, is what his day has literally looked like. And therefore, consider the pulls and pressures on the VCK chief himself in this incredible political thriller. Sam Daniel, our Chennai bureau chief, continues to be live with me. Sam, do you foresee any further twists and turns, or do your instincts tell you that this could be at the finish line now? Because you've got the following moving parts. You've got MK Stalin green-lighting the TVK-VCK handshake. You've got Adav Arjuna and Tol Tirumavalavan meeting in a hotel. You've got Vijay leaving his residence, possibly heading to meet the VCK chief. You've got information about the TVK's General Secretary getting ready to reach out to the governor and seek time. Any further twists and turns, or this is the end in sight?
Again, I would say with caution that we should watch out for any more fresh trouble from the Lok Bhavan shift. I'm a little wary about the point raised by AMMK chief Dinakaran last night, alleging the signature in that letter given by TVK earlier was forged, something the TVK has denied. Otherwise, I think the decks are clear. If VCK gives its letter of support in writing, then I think the decks are clear for the Lok Bhavan to invite Vijay to form the government.
All right. Thanks very much, Sam. We're going to come back to this in just a moment from now. This is a non-stop, final stretch before in an invitation to government formation to Vijay. That is what the TVK is counting on right now. Has everything ended? We'll have to wait and see. Quick break. Back with our rolling coverage right after this. Stay with NDTV.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Like a dream come true, you make me rise with you. In the sky of our own, feels like gravity is gone.
Feels like summer. Monte Carlo, it's the way you make me feel.
Where the software engineer with a big idea meets the smart market analyst, meets the cool UI UX designer, meets the gifted content writer, meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आग और मसाला।
Where the software engineer meets the cool UI UX designer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University.
India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com. is India's #1 English news website.
Launch control 0 to 100.
This isn't just about cars and bikes. This is about how you move. This car makes no sense, yet it makes every sense. What we are sitting inside is a Joby-powered air taxi. Your friend said, "Ye le le." We said, "Maybe not." Hi, my name is Siddharth Sharma. I'm your NDTV Automate, your ultimate guide into the world of automobiles and mobility.
Like a dream come true, you make me rise with you. In the sky of our own, feels like gravity is gone.
Feels like summer. Monte Carlo, it's the way you make me feel.
Where the software engineer meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University.
मीठा या नमकीन, चाहे जैसे खाओ, 100% सूजी से बनी आर प्योर वर्मिसेली, स्वादिष्ट, सेहतमंद, हर रोज।
Like a dream come true, you make me rise with you. In the sky of our own, feels like gravity is gone.
Feels like summer. Monte Carlo, it's the way you make me feel.
Economy, business, world, technology. Noise filtered, numbers decoded. Insights that rewire your worldview. From governance to growth, we connect the dots. Your daily edge, your global advantage. India Business Report with me, Gauri Dwivedi, weeknights on NDTV Profit.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
Across the country, he has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. Aditya Raj Call, covering international affairs like no one else, only on NDTV network.
For too long, we've looked at the most important formative phase of our lives through a monochrome lens, only textbooks and finish lines. But while this is important, there is much more to learning because childhood was never meant to be grey and learning can be full of colour. For over a century, some of the world's most incredible schools and legendary philosophies have been cracking a different code, proving that when we shift our lens, monotony turns to magic. Today we go behind the scenes to see what happens when we stop looking at learning as a chore and start seeing it as a dazzling array of opportunities. We're traveling to different institutions to understand the distinct identities of the world's best-known systems of learning and to discover the common thread of wonder that runs through all of them. Our journey begins in a space built entirely to a child's scale, the world of Montessori, a world fueled by one simple rule: follow the child.
You must have observed that when the children entered the environment, there were no bells that were there. There was no teacher who was loudly saying, okay, everybody settle down and this is what you have to do and that is what you have to do. The children were given freedom of choice within limits. When we say follow the child, we allow them enough space for effort, autonomy, repetition, and gradual mastery of what they want to work with. So a Montessori child does not follow the clock. What they follow is an inner clock, which is the biological rhythm of the child. Isn't it a beautiful word, the rhythm? That means the child, when they enter a Montessori environment, they can explore, they can observe, they can orient themselves, and all of a sudden something miraculous happens. They are drawn towards a particular apparatus. It just calls to them like a world map. A child will be drawn to the aesthetical value. They will be drawn to the concept, okay, there's something called a map and then there's a globe. They will be so naturally drawn to it that suddenly this transformation occurs, concentration happens. Now this apparatus is multisensory in nature. That means it's so tangible, it can be held, it can be felt. Some of the material or the apparatus that you'll see in the environment can even be tasted.
You want to taste it?
So for a child to learn this basic understanding of sweet and salty is not done through isolation. It's not done through rote memorization that, okay, hey, apple's red. Sugar is sweet. They have to experience the whole thing. This cannot be governed by the clock, but there is an uninterrupted 3-hour work cycle. That means they will be moving between shelves, choosing their choice of work, which can be a language on a particular day. It can be, let's say, mathematics, it can be cultural subjects, it can be anything that they wish to do. And broadly, it can even be the community time. They can just choose to sit with their friends, talk about their day, and just discuss what they've learned in the past. A child loves small objects. When you take them for a walk and you've decided you're going to follow 100 meters, but your child stoops down and they observe this little ladybug and they want to just continue looking at it, you have to pause. You have to pause, let their inner need be fulfilled of observing that ladybug, and believe me, they're going to ask you a lot of questions about it. There's never a dull day at Montessori schools because the children are actively engaged. So the concept of being intrinsically motivated is extremely high in a Montessori school. When the child is growing up, the learning unfolds from inside. That means they'll be naturally drawn towards a particular thing. So a Montessori method or the philosophy says, let the child be. Because in the end, the preparation of life stems from the fact that the child will learn everything as per their blueprint. One method or one size cannot fit it all.
If Montessori is about the child's independence, our next stop is about their imagination. Welcome to the Waldorf Way, a sanctuary that protects what they call the dream state of early childhood. Here, learning isn't just a mental exercise. It's a harmony of the head, the heart, and the hands.
When we say hands, it means the complete experiential learning for the child through the body the child experiences. It's not just coming from the books, but when they do things with their own hands. So they learn through their sensory experiences. Handwork is a very important aspect in the curriculum for us. Through the handwork, we are building neural pathways for a child. There's another phase which is called the heart phase, wherein we incorporate the emotional well-being for a child, and then the head phase, which is the thinking phase of a child. So if you talk about these elements which you observe today in the classroom and as well as in the outdoor space, so we are working with the sense of touch, we are working with the sense of life, and we are working with the sense of movement and sense of balance for these early years, and that is where the foundations are. The first 7 years of children, when we lay these foundations, they serve any human for the rest of their life. So these are very, very important aspects which we incorporate into the curriculum on daily basis. So movement is part of their curriculum, music is part of their curriculum.
एक छोटा बीज ज़मीं के अंदर था, आँख बंद करके वो सो
So springtime, they were singing these songs. There were a lot of birds around. And one of the days, there was a bird who came and sat on the window. So all the children, they could see the bird came in the window, and everybody together, they were singing that song because they could relate with the content which is being done in the class with what is happening around in the environment outside, right? A lot of people would think that, if you want to prepare the child for the competition, might as well start them young. Like, they throw them into that big ocean to swim very early on in life. I can take an example of a plant. Sapling. Okay, you never place that sapling in harsh sun or harsh rain. Never. You have to protect that sapling till the time the roots are strong enough, and till the time the stem is strong enough, and then you plant it in a place where it can take all weather conditions. Same is with the children also. Early on does not guarantee the child is now ready for competition. Full, well-prepared child would face the world better. When we say play, okay, play is actually very serious business for a child. If you really look at a child, very engrossed in a play. So there is an object, he picks it up, looks at it from different angles, and try to figure out what I can do with this. So he's not really like wasting time just idling away his time. When he's playing with the toys, he's figuring out what I can do with this matter or object, an object, right?
Need a bed, and when the people wake up, they come to work on their computer.
Like I mentioned, this is a program which is based on 12 intelligences. We call them 12 senses, okay? When the child is ready and the time is right, if you bring a concept to the child at the right time, the child takes to it in a very natural manner. But when the time is right, actually the magic is in that only.
If Waldorf is about protecting the quiet dream state of a child's inner world, our next stop is about the vibrant energy of their outer world.
Hold with both your hands. Okay. Yay! Hang on the chair. Hang.
This is the playway method, where playing and learning are one and the same thing, where the playground is the classroom and every game is a hidden lesson.
So, there's a very famous saying that when you say, you forget. When you teach, you learn. When you do, you remember. So that's the whole philosophy with the playway method, that when children are actually seeing, doing, feeling things, this becomes a memory for them. So that's how playway builds this strong foundation, and a lot of things are left to the child. They are problem solving, they are thinking about how things should happen, they are making their own judgments, they are negotiating. So while they're playing, they're learning so many different skills. We should learn from children because they develop such beautiful skills which actually adults also don't have, of how to deal with other children and how to do all their activities so well. So in playway method, we take on from the kids' cues. Suppose the child is interested in cars or balls or dinosaurs, the lesson is around it. So while the child is playing with these objects, we are talking to them about colors, shapes, they're doing counting with them. So all skills are developed taking the child's cues. So they're learning by doing rather than by teaching or by memory or by rote. So in your daily activities, all the things that happen in the house, cleaning, making chapatis, how festivals are celebrated, what everyone is doing, when we involve children in that, so much learning happens. A simple box can become a tabla, it can become a tent, it can become, they can build a tower, they can make a house with it. Just simple household things. Actually, the children love playing with utensils the most. If you've seen little children, they love copying what parents are doing. If you give them utensils to play, it's the most fun. They can tap, they can mix. Children love jharus, they love cleaning, they love everyday things. So let children be involved in everything. Let them explore, let them make mistakes. let them think about how to do things on their own. Don't always tell them what to do. So then that becomes their learning experience. So they say Thomas Edison's mother, he was homeschooled, and she was always letting him explore, be curious, talking to him around about everything around the house, about everything around the city. And he turned out to be one of the person who had the most discoveries in his name, and he was such a curious child. So they have that innate curiosity. Just help them. Just be there for them.
Nimai, pick up and put. Nimai, pick up the leaf and put. Small leaf, Kabu.
I think you'll just see how they grow up to be such wonderful individuals who are curious, who are kind, who love learning. So the love for learning just develops like that.
But these ideas aren't just global, they're deeply rooted in our own soil. From the integral education of Sri Aurobindo's Mirambika to the open-air classrooms of Rabindranath Tagore's Shanti Niketan, the Indian pioneers taught us that education goes beyond intellectual training to encompass the full human potential, and that the world itself is the classroom. Here, the boundary between school and life simply disappears.
Now, what was interesting, what was happening in India that time was colonialization. And I think Tagore sort of responded to that in many ways. He mentioned that education is not something that can be happening inside, four walls. What happens when education happens inside four walls is that we are creating a deep disconnect with what's going on in life. And that's why Tagore really talk about contextual learning, that the children need to know and be connected to the communities that they belong to the language they speak, to the festivals that happen on the soil that they live in. Creativity flows when the environment is rich. And Tagore really spoke about environment, that what is that environment that can help learners to feel in ease. Whereas Aurobindo was coming from a Western way of learning, he was very intellectually high as a person. But what he found deeply missing in the education space was the understanding of the inner world. And what he brought into this space was the idea of holistic education and really how to see a child as a whole. He or she is not just a mind or a body. They are more than that. There is emotions. There is something called vital energy. There is something called spirit, which makes who we are.
These legendary approaches to early childhood are not just for a few. They are the new national standard. India's National Education Policy 2020 and its National Curriculum Framework for the foundational stage have changed that, grounding early childhood in play, curiosity, and the belief that every child is a natural learner. Adharchila brings this alive for children aged 3 to 6, giving Anganwadi workers a play-based curriculum that covers every domain of a child's development. And for the very youngest, from birth to 3, Navchetna guides caregivers through responsive, joyful stimulation rooted in one simple truth: love, talk, play. It's a transition that proves high-quality, wonder-filled learning is not a luxury, it's a right. Whether it's a rural courtyard or an urban play center, the heart of how a child learns remains exactly the same.
The new curriculum framework for foundational stage is actually quite unique because it puts the child and play at the center of everything we are going to do. And then if you go and look at the different child development thinkers and philosophies that are out there, I think many of those are incorporated because कुछ तो common sense की चीजें हैं that connect the child to their immediate environment, give them opportunity to explore on their own, give them exposure to, for example, stories of different types. If you read through the different philosophers, core is that बच्चे को जो अच्छा लगता है उससे आप उसे जोड़िए. So I think that this connecting the child to their immediate environment and allowing the child to be free is part of many of these philosophies, and which is there in the national curriculum framework for foundational stage also. What the curriculum framework does very nicely is to say that play is at the center, but they provide a very nice guided framework. You can have free play, you can have guided play, you can have structured play, and they give examples which are very real life examples of how you structure a day in which you can actually carry out some of these things in a very systematic way. When we work with Anganwadis or with parents or with the Balvatika, we will say that even bringing, for example, putting together onions and potatoes and separating out is a cognitive activity. If you put dal and chawal together, it's a fine motor activity as well as a categorization activity. If I have to arrange, for example, flowers from a small flower to a big flower. So there are many ways. If you take the idea and then you use the materials around you and allow children the variations, then I think that many of these things are possible without expensive materials. So I think that what the curriculum framework is saying is that engage actively with your children, doing things that you enjoy and that they enjoy. And all of this, even in preschool, is not from books or from worksheets. It's from real experiences and from doing real things.
These incredible spaces and approaches to early childhood are our inspiration. Through Bachpan is Great, we're bringing these wonderful concepts to everyone in a simple way to help carers and children make the most of the joy and learning that childhood offers.
डाल के आप मुझे सब्जी बना के देना है, ठीक है?
It is an invitation to say, if you value childhood, especially the first 8 years, there are certain elements of childhood that actually can make it great. And that's happening all around us in many ways. And Bachpan is Great is just articulation of these elements in the way that we can all connect with each other. What are these elements? The elements are play, which is quite natural and we know what that's like. Social bonding, connections, connection with family, with friends, with people around you, with teachers, with all adults and the young, and all-round skills, and to value all kinds of skills, whether it's tying their shoelace or learning how to put their glass back after drinking a glass of water, or tidying up after themselves, or helping when you're cleaning up. Little things of help that children do enable them to build all-round skills, to participate. Then there's, of course, education, which is essentially numeracy and language building, things which are core to communication, to enhancing curiosity, all of those kinds of things. Numbers and letters and words and song, all good and fun. The other elements are creativity in whatever form they come out, in the form of made-up stories or in the form of art or in the form of dance or music or movement, any which form, in the form of lullabies that you sing to your child. And of course, stories. Stories that you read to them, stories that they make up, stories they tell you, stories you tell them, all of which are elements that make childhood great. And two other very important things that we need to pay attention to is nature. Bringing nature into the lives of children, taking children into nature. And very, very importantly, quiet time. And whether it's the national curriculum framework, which centralizes play and child development, holistic development of the child, or any of the other philosophy, Waldorf, Montessori, Aurobindo, Tagore, all of them have inherently nurtured childhood, nurtured curiosity, nurtured wonder, and made space for it. Now, that's possible to do at home. That's possible to do anywhere. And the idea of Bachpan is Great is essentially to give the adult a way of giving themselves the permission to appreciate all the elements that make childhood wonderful and making space for it in their lives.
The wonder is already there. We're just handing you the glasses to see it.
कभी तोड़ेंगे, कभी
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस हेल्दी एवरीडे
Like a dream come true, you make me rise with you. In the sky of our own, feels like gravity is gone.
feels like summer. Monte Carlo, it's the way you make me feel.
Where the software engineer with a big idea meets the smart market analyst, meets the cool UI UX designer, meets the gifted content writer, meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
Where the software engineer meets the gifted content writer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University.
India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
Launch control 0 to 100.
This isn't just about cars and bikes, this is about how you move. This car makes no sense, yet it makes every sense. What we are sitting inside is a Joby-powered air taxi. Your friend said, ye le le. We said, maybe not. Hi, my name is Siddharth Sharma. I'm your NDTV Automate, your ultimate guide into the world of automobiles and mobility.
Like a dream come true, you make me rise with you. In the sky of our own, feels like gravity is gone.
Feels like summer. Monte Carlo, it's the way you make me feel.
Where the software engineer meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University.
मीठा या नमकीन चाहे जैसे खाओ 100% सूजी से बनी आर प्योर वर्मिसेली स्वादिष्ट सेहतमंद हर रोज।
Like a dream come true, you make me rise with you. In the sky of our own, feels like gravity is gone.
Feels like summer. Monte Carlo, it's the way you make me feel.
Economy, business, world, technology. Noise filtered, numbers decoded. Insights that rewire your worldview. From governance to growth, we connect the dots. Your daily edge, your global advantage. India Business Report with me, Gauri Dwivedi, weeknights on NDTV Profit.
The results with the BJP winning more than 200 seats clearly answer those questions. Our teams on the ground, in the studios, in the newsroom, will keep tracking every twist. We try to stay away from the noise, try to use the election analytics to bring the coverage together for you. 90% voting is not common. That's 140 elections with less than 70%. Suvendu Adhikari leading at this moment.
5 states, 824 assembly seats, an election that felt more like a war.
Again going to shift focus to West Bengal, bring in our colleagues from the ground as well.
We've got some breaking news just coming in.
Kanchan Gupta to wear this morning. Green was not one of them. Kanchanda, what's going on here?
Khela ho be.
Vijay is finishing off every existing political force. This Hello and welcome to our rolling coverage of the Chennai Game of Thrones. Is a climax to this absolute political thriller up ahead is the big story that we're tracking right now. I'm standing right outside the governor's residence in Chennai, where the big anticipation is from the VCK. Are they going to be communicating their full and final support to Vijay's TVK? Is the big question. We're counting down to that press conference at the VCK headquarters. But even after that support, remember, it is here at the Lok Bhavan in Chennai where the final decision on Vijay becoming the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister will actually be made. 3 meetings have already taken place between Vijay and the governor. All of those 3 meetings have come a cropper with no clear path towards government formation. He's going to be 4th time lucky. We'll have to wait and see. Let's begin with the breaking news at this point of time. Is the numbers nightmare for Vijay all set to end? Sources are confirming to NDTV the VCK, which has been playing hardball for the last 3 days, is all set to announce its full and unconditional support to Vijay's TVK very, very shortly. The VCK's leader, Tol Tirumavalavan, is in consultations with Adav Arjuna of the TVK at a private hotel in Chennai, and at a press briefing very shortly from now, there will be an announcement. Let's go across to our big reporters on the field on this developing story. Nothing's over till it's over, but we are counting down on it. I'm standing at the Lok Bhavan, as you can see. Vijay Gopal Muralidharan is live from the VCK headquarters where that briefing will take place. Sam Daniel, our Chennai bureau chief, is at EPS's residence, and Deepak Bopana is at the TVK headquarters. Vijay, I want to come to you first. When is that announcement set to happen? It's already been delayed over and over again. Vijay, when is it going to happen?
Shiv, as we speak, we heard from our sources, Tiruma has already started from the private hotel towards our party headquarters. Here you see the police had tightened the security. Huge crowd once again have started to gather just outside Vidudalai Sirthaikal headquarters, like how it has happened morning also. Now all have gathered here, anticipating that when TVK chose to extend their support to, when VCK extend their support to TVK, immediately TVK Chief Vijay might visit party headquarters. Here all party cadre also waiting with when there will be official press brief also. But as we that by 4 p.m. we will get a clear information, but the time is now 4 p.m. still VCK top leaders had to reach party headquarters. They are all, some leaders are outside the party headquarters waiting for Tiruma's official, Tiruma's arrival also. Very shortly, within of 30 minutes, definitely the press brief is going to happen here at party headquarters. Shiv.
Vijay, it's already 4:05 p.m. right now. 4 p.m. was supposed to be when the VCK would announce its decision. It's past 4 p.m. Is there any more delay? Where is Tol Tirumavalavan right now? Is he at the VCK headquarters or is he at a private hotel meeting with Vijay's representatives?
No, Shiv, our sources indicate even I spoke with one of the main source who is very close to Tirumavalavan. He said he has already left the private hotel. Very shortly he will be reaching here. That's what we are hearing from here, the party top functionaries also. But it is getting delayed only because of a sudden meeting was also happened between Adav Arjuna and Tirumavalavan at a private hotel. That's what we heard from our sources also. But our sources also indicate VCK has decided to extend the support to Tamalaga Vetri Kalagam. That is, they call that as the unconditional support. And there was speculation, many speculation over VCK is demanding Deputy Chief Minister post and Ministry ministerial berth and all. But however, VCK senior leader and MP Ravi Kumar denies, saying that VCK is not expecting such things. But it is not clear yet. But we are also waiting here very shortly. Within 30 minutes, definitely the press brief will start to happen. That's what we are hearing from our top functionaries here.
Okay, so Tol Tirumavalavan has completed his meeting with the TVK. Veera Raghav is also joining our rolling coverage now. Veera, what is the latest that you're hearing, from the VCK, the TVK and the others right now? Many moving parts, meeting between Tol Tirumavalavan and apparently Adav Arjuna. You've got MK Stalin, who has greenlit, this dispensation going forward to claim the chance to form a government. Are there any more twists and turns between now and that press briefing? It's difficult to speculate, I know, Veera, but what is your sense?
Look, Shiv, I had always believed that Tirumavalavan was going to, and I've been saying this for the last 48, 72 hours, that Tirumavalavan will be supporting the TVK. I did not expect him to take it this far. And this reflects a sense of political opportunism. To be honest, Shiv, I think the different shades of politicians come out when power and the lust for power takes over. I think there are multiple negotiations are there. Two things, Shiv, very clearly. I do believe even now that the letter of support should be coming. I spoke to a TVK source as well, who still remain extremely optimistic about Vijay being, invited to be sworn in and invited to prove his majority on the floor of the House. I'd like to wait, though. I do believe it's not going to be unconditional. It may be unconditional on paper. I think the bargaining has been for a deputy chief minister post, cabinet berths, because the Congress also has 5 MLAs, and it's very difficult to give deputy chief minister post to a party with just 2 MLAs. I don't know how the TVK is going to manage this. It may not be an issue today, Shiv, and let me state this categorically. It may not be an issue today, but it's going to keep us on the tenterhooks every minute till the swearing in, till the proving of majority on the floor of the House, and then after that, each day is going to bring a bit of a surprise. So we need to be very careful when we say the story is over. Maybe this chapter of the story may be over by 4:30 when they announce that, but the saga will continue.
Okay, very, very interesting that all of this is happening right now. I just want to show you that preparations are on outside the Lok Bhavan right now. The barricades have been set up here. Traffic is normal, but the barricades have been set up here, suggesting the buzz that Vijay, maybe either passing through or sending a representative to meet with the governor. There is information that's come in here. You've got some VIP movement coming in now here in Chennai. Okay, this is VIP movement here in Chennai. We'll try and get an update about who it is that is traveling right now, but it could be any one of a number of VIPs. But just to show you that preparations could be on, because earlier in the day we had reported that a representative of the TVK might be reaching out to the governor to come in and clarify a few details before another meeting to actually stake claim. There is also information that the governor, by the way, important information coming in that the governor of Tamil Nadu, remember he's also the governor of Kerala, may actually be leaving. He's got a ticket booked to go to Kerala, where there's also a Game of Thrones happening over there for who the Congress's chief minister is actually going to be. That decision is going to be taken by tonight. So Governor Arlekar, who is currently at the Lok Bhavan here in Chennai, is scheduled to depart Chennai and go to Thiruvananthapuram by 7 p.m. today. So if that happens, then that leaves very little time for any staking of claim today, which leads to the possibility that it may not happen today itself. Our political editor, Vasudha Venugopal, joins us live. She's here with us. Let's go get her. Okay, Vasudha's just joining our coverage right now. Vasudha, welcome back to Lok Bhavan, where we're expecting things to take off possibly, but we can't be sure. But the one thing we're waiting on right now is that press briefing by the VCK. 4:30 p.m. It's already 4:30 is when.
Today is going to be a very interesting day for Vijay, because what I'm hearing is, I can't confirm a lot of things, but he's also in touch with people who want to leave their party. So this is also a day where he's also meeting some of the people have been part of the AIDMK is what I hear. The names are not confirmed, and confirm them on NDTV as soon as we get information. What we are told is Adhav Arjuna has had a very good meeting with VCK. VCK has confirmed their support. We are yet to find out what is it that they want actually. What we know for sure is one ministerial berth for VCK is confirmed. The party has 2 MLAs, one of their senior MLAs could be getting a ministerial berth. But Vijay is also looking at a long-term plan for his party, because he also believes that having exactly that 118 number is not going to sustain him in good stead, because that means he will also be vulnerable. Many of these parties are still under control of the DMK, and he doesn't want that.
This is very important news that you're bringing to us, and that's actually part of the breaking news that we have right now, Vasudha. We're getting information about a big rebellion in the AIADMK. Sources, not confirmed. Sources telling NDTV that 3 AIADMK MLAs are set to join the TVK. Vasudha, this is exactly, flowing from what you've just said, that the TVK and Vijay are in touch with some breakaway elements of the AIADMK. We have their names as well. I want to be careful with this, but sources are telling us that Shanmugam, Lean Rose, Vijay Bhaskar are all set to dump EPS's AIADMK and jump ship to the TVK. This is incredible. If 3 persons from the AIADMK jump ship, that's the numbers right there already.
Absolutely, but one has to be very clear that the TVK has promised the Congress party that it will not ally with any party that's been part of the NDA before. So any person who comes...
So it's not so simple.
So any person who comes out of AIDMK will have to join the TVK formally, which also means that they will lose their MLA status and all of these things. But Vijay also wants to make it clear that he wants a long-term strategy in place, because what has happened in the last 3 days, I've been speaking to people close to Vijay, has really disappointed him. He feels that there are people out there to get him. He has more or less made this decision in his head that he wants elections happening anytime soon, soon in the state. Now that's not going to be easy, because, for that he has to also convince the centre for that. But he is really insistent that he doesn't want to go through what he has gone through in the last few days. Parties like IUML, VCK, AMMK have really held the party hostage for several hours together. And I think Vijay does not want to go through this again. Of course, VCK has also managed to get a better part of the deal, is what I understand. But I think Vijay also wants to have a stronger, a longer strategy in place.
Is he taking this personally, Vasudha? He's a first-time politician. And, all these discussions, the possibility of this being seen as horse trading, poaching, etc. means that reality has bitten Vijay. That idealism of the initial days has somewhat evaporated, and now the realization is dawning that, to practice politics, you have to be ready to get your hands at least a little dirty, if I may use that phrase. Is that what is taking place right now? They're short of that majority mark. Idealism has its place. That's won you this incredible election. Now, some of the harsher realities of politics are entering the room.
Politically astute people would say that after winning so many numbers, Vijay could have probably gotten in touch with somebody who's friendlier in the BJP to just say that, listen, I have the numbers, but I'll be getting these people on my side. But, he didn't do that. He really went to join the Congress party, because that's where his commitment lies. But he did speak to the AIDMK, is what we understand. One of the people who's trying to meet him now, Shanmugam, is also somebody who tried reaching out to Vijay, a few days ago. Vijay's team also held conversations with Velumani and Shanmugam, but then they said, we'll call you later, and then that call never came. And, when I was speaking to some of these people, I said, did you speak to Vijay? No, madam, he was on the speaker. So that's the kind of conversation you have. Somebody else is speaking to you, but he has told you that this person is there on the speaker. So it's all very cinematic. The call that he would, the call that he promised never came to them, and then they went on to exploring alliances with the DMK. So for this fraction of the AIDMK that's not very happy with EPS, remember, all of these people have come back from Puducherry only today, and they've met EPS, and they've also explored possibilities with VCK. For them, pursuit of power is going to be important, because remember, Shiv, by making it clear that TVK will not ally with any party that belongs to the NDA, Vijay has also made it very clear that he is reaching out to the minority population. So if elections are to happen again in the state, he may actually get more numbers, considering that people will sympathize with him. They'll also be very angry with these parties for stalling him. So for the ADMK, it is a battle for existence. It's a battle for relevance. So that's why a lot of these people do feel it's better to align with the winner rather than just keep fighting him.
One of the incredible learning themes of this entire election result, Vasudha, is what what the sniff of power can actually do, what the smell of power can actually do, especially for a party like the AIADMK that has been out of power for so long. 4 elections and counting is something that makes you do very unnatural things, including this possibility of an alliance with the DMK. We're joined by our expert analysts on this incredible Game of Thrones drama that is happening here. We have Madhavan Narayanan, senior journalist, R. Kannan, political analyst and author, also Mr. Mayappan, who's a political analyst with me. Before I come to them, I want to go to Deepak, who is at the TVK headquarters right now, to get a sense of what's happening there. Deepak, Vijay is on the move right now. It's hard to say where he's headed, except that the next thing to look forward to right now is that categorical support from the VCK, which by all accounts is imminent at that press briefing at about 4:30, just a few minutes from now. What is the sense that you're picking up from the TVK? Are there any more twists and turns? Nothing is over until it's over. We've been saying that so many times, it's become a bit of a cliche. But what are you picking up from the TVK headquarters, Deepak?
Yeah. Well, now the sense of confidence, of course, is only building. We've seen a lot of cadre gather at the VCK office. Here as well, you can see the number has just increased. As the time draws closer to 4 p.m. I've just seen the people here come in huge numbers. The selfies are only increasing next to the campaign vehicle, next to the bus of various leaders, and then the Vijay big massive banner that has been put up at the party office, of course, is also here for people to take these photographs. They're all anticipating Vijay to come here. Unlikely that he could make it here considering all the rapid developments that are taking place. One is he has to probably go to the VCK office, and then in all likelihood could also go to the governor's office, while we're hearing that the governor time and again has been telling the TVK and the Congress as well that he needs to go to Kerala, and this has happened since yesterday is what I've picked up. So quite interesting, the pressure that is also being mounted on them to do things as fast as they can. And we'll really have to see whether in the next 1 hour we'll see any sort of movement to where you are.
Very, very interesting. We're expecting the Lok Bhavan to be the sort of nerve center of activity today. But like you said, and like Vasudha was reporting earlier also, that the governor, Rajendra Vishwanath Arlikar, is scheduled to fly off to Kerala. Because remember, there is an election result there to consummate as well. And therefore, it remains to be seen whether anything can actually happen today. The VCK, once it gives in its decision of support to Vijay, and we understand that that's pretty much tied up, and that's going to be communicated in about 10 minutes from now. We'll be live at that press conference at the VCK headquarters. What happens to, the procedural gateway towards government formation? Radhika is outside Vijay's residence from where he departed over an hour ago. Radhika, what are you picking up? Where is Vijay headed? What's happening at his residence right now? Okay, we've lost that line with Radhika. We'll go back to it, to her in just a moment. But let me bring my guests in on this right now. R. Kannan, on my show a couple of days ago, you had said that it is incredible that the ADMK and the DMK are still in play, still talking to each other. Up until a couple of hours ago, that continued to be true, we can confirm. But also the revelation that MK Stalin has sort of greenlit the VCK to go ahead and forge that handshake with the with Vijay's TVK. We're still a few minutes away from that VCK presser. Do you anticipate any surprises, or do you think it's a done deal, Mr. Kannan?
I hope there would be no more surprises, and we, this has been very, very torturous. Even for someone like me, observing what was unfolding. So it must be very, very traumatic for the TVK leadership and the newcomers. But they are, to a large extent, to be blamed for a number of missteps that they had committed. Initially, they could have gone about this in a very, very different way. And this whole thing could have ended very smoothly. But now all that is behind us. I have a feeling that the VCK would come through for the TVK. Finally, after, as your correspondent very rightly said, holding them hostage all this while.
Madhavan Narayanan, any twists and turns anticipated? You know, this is a question
In
we've
fact,
been asking for 3 days actually. It's incredible, but it keeps getting pushed onward.
I have to read into three developments and you'll be, it's quite interesting actually. VCK has been presented with a fait accompli because if they don't fall in line now, their number will be indirectly filled in by the three ADMK rebels. Let me explain. Even if they simply abstain or absent themselves, the magic number is automatically reached for the TVK because 3 people not voting means that many numbers fewer in the assembly. And the interesting part is Lima Rose, who's one of the 3 AIADMK MLAs being mentioned, happens to be the mother-in-law of Adav Arjuna. And I don't know how good or bad their relations are, but there is an understanding as I understand it. And she's also the wife of Lottery King Martin. And therefore, there's a huge amount of financial power that is being gossiped about. And that is very much important in the conversation that we are having. And therefore, unless the governor decides to take off to Kerala for an anticlimactic situation, within an hour we should be having sufficient support to be announcing a swearing-in ceremony. And that is my reading. And if you recall, if it is true that Stalin is pulling the strings for VCK, it could be equally true that Edapadi Palaniswamy is pulling the strings on behalf of Lima Rose and others. He has officially announced very diplomatically that he is not in the fray to form the government, but there might be indirect blessings. You know, there are wheels within wheels. And I had joked the other day that there is a case for what I call, like the Operation Lotus, we can have an Operation Whistling Leaves where people from the Two Leaves party will join up a whistle, and that could well be the case. Operation Whistling Leaves, welcome, Shiv.
Mr. Mayappan, any guesses on whether it's going to be a smooth track to that press conference, about 9 minutes to go? Or do you think Tol Tirumavalavan is still going to hold out and spring a few surprises?
Yeah, I'm going to begin with saying in this entire period where everyone else is busy running left to right or pillar to post, I think including the TVK leadership and everyone else, I think the only people that we are finding afresh despite the constant reporting is you and Vasudha, even on site outside the Lok Bhavan. But it is tiring, like Mr. Kannan did say, because you're constantly receiving inputs of information that people keep backtracking off. Something like the VCK made a promise about meeting last night, about having a press conference this morning, changing to a press conference today. And as I already said, this is just a burning down of the democracy. Just making a mockery of the mandate of the people, irrespective of what vote the majority of people might have even voted, even to the votes that you have received. There is no sincerity to that either, or at least act properly to your conscience or to your party's objective or to what you want to do, ideally speaking, right? So none of those demands are made. There is no transparency either. So the election through a fractured mandate, I have a fear that the government is also going to be fractured. This is going to be a scenario that we're going to be seeing in the future as well. That's a fear that will provide unstable government, that will provide poor communication to civil servants, and that will provide for more trouble to the people. I don't think that's an ideal scenario for us to be in.
Okay. Veera Raghav is with me here. I'm going to bring him into our coverage for just a moment. Veera, what's the latest? What is being negotiated right now? Are the negotiations done? Or the negotiations are still happening, for God's sake?
No negotiation is done. Now, the latest that Vasudha is telling me is about potential AIDMK leaders wanting to join the TVK as well. And I think that report has been going on. So we were just doing the math. I think the one thing you need to know when the number games come up is to have math very well. Because you see 47 divided by 3, where is 2/3? All those things come into play. I think multiple things are there, but I'm told that the VCK will support. Vasudha, of course, bringing a different dimension to it, saying, how is the TVK going to go forward? Look, I think Vijay might have learnt that one key lesson, that it's not about a mandate, it's about majority and numbers as far as comes to politics and coalition politics. Now, how is it going to have, in fact, I was speaking to somebody very senior who was saying that are there going to be 6 deputy chief ministers? How many deputy chief ministers are going to be there? How is this cabinet going to work out? So I think a lot of conversations are going on. Let's see when he's going to do this. I don't want to take a chance like yesterday and say that I'm confident this is going to happen, though top sources are telling me, and I told the top source at Tirumavalavan's office who's been telling me that you guys have proven to be exactly the kind of politicians you claimed you're not. Unprincipled, completely bargaining with here and there. So, you know, that's the truth, Vasudha.
Absolutely. But, you know, I would also little sympathize with the smaller parties, Veera, because, you know, the smaller parties also feel that they also know that Vijay wants to, you know, have another round of elections because he wants to get that full majority. So they don't want to be left in the lurch. Now, Congress has been favorable to the...
No, I'm sorry. I'll have to disagree with you. I'm really sorry about this. I had great respect for some of them. But the fact that they have come down to bargaining of this nature, holding a mandate to ransom, is not what they claim they were. If they had claimed to be, when people make a comment on JDS saying that this party jumps from here to there, we are ideologically consistent, we are principled. Where is the DMK? Ideological consistency where you'll go talk to the AIDMK? Exploring, is that your ideological consistency?
That's been the amazing thing about today, the fact that that conversation is still in play between the AIDMK and the DMK. But I want to ask you about those names that you've just come up with, which we broke a while ago, Vasudha. 3 MLAs from the AIDMK in conversation to jump ship?
Shanmugam, CV Shanmugam, Velumani, Vijay Bhaskar. All of these are very important. These are very important leaders in the AIDMK. They are having a meeting now. What I'm told is these are people, at least 33 of them. They're telling me it is 36. I don't believe it. I think it is 33. And they feel that it's time that they also initiate conversations with TVK. There are also people who don't want to be in a party that's losing all elections. Remember that Mr. Shanmugam was also part of the initial round of conversations that were held with Vijay's team. Just before the deal with Congress finalized, that deal fell through the cracks because of the formulas that were not acceptable to Vijay and his team. One was a formula that Velumani apparently gave him, was a rotational deputy chief minister's post with the AIDMK starting it. And the second was, the chief minister's rotational chief minister. And the second was a deputy chief minister post along with 5 important portfolios, which also includes transport, highways, health and a couple of others. But that deal did fall through the cracks because of AIDMK, BJP and Congress and TVK. Now I think that challenge still remains. I don't know if Vijay is going to meet these people or talk to them. There could be some negotiations, but these pro-TVK MLAs are having a conversation after their return from Puducherry, and there is more sort of problems for the AIDMK.
There is also the anti-EPS camp. That is, they feel that EPS has not managed this well. And I believe what's being worked out is that something where they break away. They're not part of the AIDMK. They come and join the TVK.
It will be the party that will be joining. If you have 2/3,
the core question is
47-33.
How does the BJP view this? Let's not forget that a lot of these MLAs are very close to the BJP. What does that mean?
This is exactly what the BJP wanted. BJP
but does that mean that the BJP is still part of the alliance? That can't be possible.
No, BJP will not be part of the alliance. What I think is the only thing that BJP sources told me was when Arvind Kejriwal won 2013, he went to the biggest party, Congress, of course, because that's something that politically astute people will do. You don't go to the weakest party, right? So they said, why did Vijay not reach out to any of us when during the pre-poll negotiations there was a certain sense of commitment that he will have an engagement with us. He should have reached out to certain friendlier faces, accessible faces that, I've gotten these numbers. He may not even have asked us for our advice, but he could have reached out to the AIDMK. That's exactly what I hear from my sources, that Velumani also told Vijay's team, why did you go to Congress? That's something that they asked. And I think
But why Vasudha? It's Vijay's, within Vijay's own discretion to decide who he wants to go with.
Yeah.
Now, the question is...
But they are talking about a commitment. Now, we don't know
what was the commitment?
No, we don't know what commitment was made, but during pre-poll negotiations, both BJP and AIDMK sources tell me, when Vijay was talking to them during the Jananayakan crisis, during the Karur Stampede crisis, there was a sense that he said, I'll keep engaging with you. And, there could be some post-poll alliance, is what they are telling me. That was a sense of commitment that was given to them. Now they feel it's important for him to either honor it or at least keep us in the loop. He can't completely cast us away because we also did not go after him. Now, of course, that's not what politics is all about. But the fact that Vijay very committedly went with the Congress party seems to have also upset a lot of people.
So there's a key AIA-DMK huddle that's on in Chennai right now that you were just talking about. Senior AIA-DMK leaders are meeting in Chennai. This is after the MLAs returned from Puducherry. Sources say some AIA-DMK MLAs want to back the TVK, exactly what the both of you are saying right now. So that's the update that we're hearing. About 2-3 minutes to go before the VCK holds its press briefing. They haven't been keeping a single schedule so far as that press briefing is concerned. So I'm not sure if it's going to happen at 4:30. It's already 4:29. But we're going to have to wait and see whether they have that announcement. But those two MLAs are in, signatures are in, it's been communicated. Tol Tirumavalan apparently met with Adhav Arjuna in a hotel.
From my sources in the TVK that Vijay was not happy with the kind of negotiations that have happened because he doesn't like anybody asking him these kind of questions. He's a superstar. He's used to people worshipping him or sort of like, celebrating him. In the last 3-4 days, the kind of questions that have been asked of him and also the kind of pleading that he has been forced to do is something that he's not happy with. He wants a long-term plan is what his, guys very close to him tell me. And he's also very clear that the government that he runs should have his characteristic and should not be, it should not be bogged down by liabilities and baggages that some of the other...
But he has no choice, Veera. He has no choice but to get his hands a little dirty now with all this, breakaway factions, talking to those who are...
Call it, if there is ever an example of baptism by fire, this is baptism by fire in politics for Mr. Vijay. Well, he needs to, while Vasudha is very sympathetic to the smaller parties, I believe that smaller parties should negotiate, and perhaps this is a lesson. Having somebody like Tol Tirumavalan is an extraordinarily important thing for a cabinet which is new, because he's a seasoned politician who comes with an ideological background, etc. Having the communists and the Congress at some level...
And BCK represents some of the most deprived sections of the society,
Correct.
right? So
and it's an extraordinarily important thing. So you see, this is a moment in history as far as Tamil Nadu is concerned, whether you like it or not. When have you had a party with two MLAs, one that has been ideologically consistent, considered the face of the Dalit movement, at least in North Tamil Nadu, coming into power?
Vijay is live with us from the VCK headquarters. Guys, just for a moment, I want to go because that line is a little sticky. Vijay, what's happening? Where is that press briefing? Is it going to start? It's already 4:30 now. Vijay, go.
Almost everything is set here.
Where you are, understandably so. Go for it.
It's all. It's almost ready.